Sports Extra last night.
Sports Extra. That Schefter sound is from New York. Oh, okay. I thought it was on Get Up this morning because he was all in on Get Up this morning. Hey, hi everybody. Welcome. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Kenny introduced Sean John to the entire West Coast.
Hey man, I thank you guys are welcome. I
mean, I thank you. I rock Sean John. Only thing that keeps me from rocking Sean John now is it's big. Like I don't feel like they have very many like slim.
He did okay. He's adjusted a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
Used to get a medium and it'd be like, yo. Yeah.
It took him about 2 or 3 years to adjust to today's style, but
okay.
It's not as people say with their suits. It's not European fit. I will say.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And what's funny is I have a Sean John vest pant combo, and the vest is cut like flawlessly.
Yeah, and
like his dress clothes, they're cut perfectly, like absolutely perfectly. We're going live in 40 seconds, everybody.
We got up in here. Manny was first. Christopher, what's up, man?
Get in here, get on.
Warren, what up? Melvin, what up?
Hey, we should be at 12 thumbs up. Let's get them thumbs up.
That
the King's thing, hit the thumbs up anyways.
I have a Sean John jacket that I refuse to get rid of. That's a XXL.
Oh, I used to have a pair of Sean John jeans. They were my favorite jeans on the planet, but they were like 38 and I'm probably like 34. Man, those are tough to get rid of. Oh, yeah. Hey, come on in, man. Stay a while. Get comfortable. Put your feet up. We're here with you for the next 4 hours. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway. And we're here. It don't matter that the Kings stink.
I mean, Damian, you say get comfortable. I mean, that's what we're doing here in Sacramento. We just get comfortable.
Apparently.
No urgency. We just get comfortable.
We get slippage. We get comfortable. We play down to the competition. Thank God we don't do that. Our show would suck if we did that. Happy birthday to our man Ramsey. Happy birthday. Ramsey, one of the day one callers. He one of the lead chat instigators on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, man. Ramsey, we love you, baby. Happy birthday, man. That's awesome.
Hold on, man. He definitely gets air horns.
Oh, yeah, let's get it. Hey.
Happy birthday, big dog. Happy birthday, big dog.
Those are the only damn things getting air horns today. I'm glad you dusted them off.
Today it's all about Tyra.
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you?
You know what? It's our own damn fault. It's our own fault. What are we doing? It's our fault. You know what? We need to get our man Will Griffith here on the show because Will was on social media last week. I was like, Will, man, just have fun. Like, he's like, nah. You know what's gonna happen? Lucy's gonna pull the ball away, and I'm gonna land on my ass. It's like, oh, just have fun. This is why Kings fans didn't want to have fun. This is why they didn't want to have fun because of this right here. It's one thing to lose. KC, you lose. Hey, that's fine. You lose. Like, you're not gonna win 82 games. You're not gonna win 72 games this year.
Right.
But you're going to go out and lose to the Minnesota Timberwolves. You know what? That's fine. You lose to the worst team, the team with the worst record in basketball. You and I both believe that roster they shouldn't be this bad. They shouldn't be. I don't know why they are. Fact is they are. You think you got to blow up that whole team? That's fine. It ain't got nothing to do with us. But then you hear, well, we're playing down to our competition. Like, yo, who do y'all think you are? Like, you haven't been to the playoffs in 15 years. Your whole team is on the verge of getting blown up, and y'all talking about playing down to your competition? I'm sorry, what? We've got slippage when we win well. If when we're playing well, we get slippage. Sean Cunningham gave Luke Walton the opportunity to acknowledge the fact that his defense stunk, particularly in the fourth quarter. Sean Cunningham set him up beautifully. And I would play the sound for you, but like they did this Zoom call yesterday postgame in a construction zone, I think, hoping that no one would hear what the hell Luke Walton was saying. But Sean Cunningham set him up beautifully. Like, hey, as the game went along, you guys got into the fourth quarter. Like, it's just, did you see, did the defense just let up? Did things just, kind of fall apart? There's this, Sean, the Timberwolves made shots and we didn't. That's fascinating because Luke Walton has never made the equation of teams always seem to make shots against the Sacramento Kings. Have you ever noticed that? You ever notice how many times Luke Walton has said, teams just make shots? We didn't. Has Luke Walton ever thought for one single solitary second why that might be? Why teams score so easily against them?
I mean, so there's a couple things going on here. If you or anybody else want to go in on Luke Walton, go in on his comments, go in on De'Aaron Fox, go in on Harrison Barnes. I mean, I guess De'Aaron is the only one that really showed up in that game. And Harrison. I mean, Harrison showed up as well.
Harrison played well.
Yeah, so, I mean, those two.
Buddy's back, though. 17 field goal attempts, 16 threes, 0 free throws. Your man's is back.
I'm taking these back. I'm taking those back. Ain't no confessions going on here. Back to good old Buddy. Back to good old Buddy. And I was like, before the game ended, I think I tweeted this in the second quarter. Yep, I said, I take back everything I said about Buddy. Yep. He's back. The Buddy that I can't stand is back. And I mean, he was awful. He was awful last night. That team was awful last night. I mean, they're just really
bad. They're really bad.
You could say that. You could say that. I'm sitting here just thinking, like, when it comes to expectations, I mean, they just fold. When there's any type of expectations or promise put on them, they fold completely. It happens every single time. And we're going to write them off. We're going to say, we ain't trying to hear from the Kings, and they'll probably win like 3 or 4. Because now everybody didn't turn their back on them. Mm-hmm. And the second people are like, well, if you look at the standings, which we'll get to it later, you still got to look at the standings.
Yep.
Ain't much changed, to be honest with you.
Yep. Ain't nothing changed.
Right. They'll blow it. I said it yesterday and I mean it. Until they change who they are. Everything everybody says about them is correct. And if they have a problem with it, there's only one way to fix it, and that's on the basketball court. Which goes into my second point. Two-parter. Number one, what do you want Luke Walton to say? Number two, do you really think that he's not saying that to them?
No, I don't think he gets into this team at all. I don't. I never have. I think I said this when he was hired, that Vlade hired figuratively, not to be confused with the player. They hired the Kings a little buddy. They didn't like Dave Yeager. He was mean. He was mean to them. And players don't like coaches that are mean. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go get a little buddy here for you who will be really nice to you. He'll coddle you. He'll make you feel good. That's what Luke Walton is. Did you see Brad Stevens last week when the Celtics were? I think you were out this day because I feel like I talked about it Thursday. I can't remember. These days sometimes run together. But the Celtics face planted again, and Brad Stevens went to the podium and said, "I don't know what else to tell you guys. I tell this team every day, like they make the same mistakes over and over and over again. I don't know what else to say to them. I don't know what else to say to you. I don't know how to get through to them. They know what the problem is. They can't fix it." He said this publicly, said this post-game. Luke, total opposite. Oh, we're good. We're good. And things like this happen. We've hit another rough patch. My God, the season is filled with rough patches. Guys, I just don't know what to do. It's the same nonsense over and over again. He operates off a script when he goes to the podium. And hell, Luke Walton saying something publicly doesn't mean he's going to be able to make any changes to the Kings defense. If he calls them out defensively, it doesn't mean they're going to be better. If he calls Buddy Hield out for shooting threes, hell, he's going to praise Buddy Hield. That's what we want Buddy to do. We want him to shoot threes. We want him to take his shot, be aggressive. 16 threes. That's exactly what we're looking for from Buddy Hield. He doesn't say anything. So how is a Kings fan are you supposed to look at this and go, no, things will be different. No, things will get better. No, change is going to come. No, they're going to get better. No, they'll make some adjustments. Every game is the same. Every single game is exactly the same. You just hope they make shots, because if they make shots, they got a really good chance to win. If they don't, you've said it a million times, they ain't going to win if they don't make their shots. And they can outshoot just about anybody. But when they don't, you get what you got last night.
And I appreciate you actually answering the question, because a lot of people ask that question too, and they don't have an answer. So I respect it. If you don't think that he says it, he gets on him in the locker room and behind closed doors, then I mean, I don't know. You don't know. So my thought is no different than yours. You know what I'm saying? So that's fine.
Opinions.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
I'll just say this, though. Dave Yeager was getting on their head, right? They didn't do much of nothing with Dave Yeager. So they had a coach that yelled at him. They didn't do nothing. They had a coach that's nice to him. They ain't doing nothing.
What's one of your favorite things to say? Whether it's about... Huh?
I got a lot.
You do. You do have a lot. But this comes up during football season. It comes up with players. It comes up with teams. And it comes up with the Sacramento Kings a lot. They shed the label for about a week, but they've got that umbrella over their head again. And it's this team is soft.
They don't want them lights.
The gif of Kobe Bryant is talking directly to the Sacramento Kings, shaking his head in disgust from the grave, looking at him going, you soft. You are soft. Kings fans are asking the bare minimum. Seriously, as a Kings fan, all you're asking is, dude, just don't suck. That's it. Like, if this team doesn't suck, boom, they're in the play-in game.
Mm-hmm.
Draymond Green may not be happy about the play-in game. The Golden State Warriors might not be happy about the play-in game, but Sacramento Kings fans will be happy.
Absolutely.
If they lose, they lose. You had that moment. You had that one game. You feel like you can build upon something. You've got 10 teams, 10 out of 15 teams. They've made the pool bigger for you. And you can argue whether play-in is a playoff. You could argue whether it snaps the streak or not. It'll give us one glorious extra game, maybe even two. They can't even get to that.
And look,
all you asked yesterday, Casey, when you laid out your scenario for the week, all you said was just beat the two worst teams in the conferences, and you'll be good. That's all you've got to do.
And let me start this by saying, I'm in the same boat that I was months ago. If you want to fire Luke, if you want to leave him in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, I'm not going to stop you. I could care less, to be honest with you. I really could. I could care less. I'm going to learn it one day. I couldn't care less about what you do with Luke Walton, or to be honest with you, who the coach is. But I hear a lot of people like Manny, someone to hold them accountable, not excuse them. These are grown-ass men.
Well,
this is not my 8-year-old. This is not your third grade CYO team. These are all professional adults. If you need somebody else to tell you that you need to play defense this late into the season, 50 games into the season, that's on you as players. This is not, once again, fire him if you want to. I don't care. But this is not Luke Walton. This is not, if you need somebody to say, stop playing down, quote unquote, down to the level of your competition, quote unquote, because right now that's about your competition. You ain't playing down to nothing.
You are the down
level.
Competition.
That's your level. You need somebody to tell you that or remind you that. That's a you problem. And I'm talking to the roster. That's not a Luke Walton problem, in my opinion.
I don't think you're wrong. But We've got a lot more to discuss with this team. Another blown opportunity. You mentioned Bad Buddy is back. The bench didn't look good for the first time. This team just, we can't have nothing nice, man. We'll talk about it. We've got football to talk about. We've got baseball to talk about. You heard that right. And it's gross baseball news. It just cut my heart yesterday. We'll get to the national championship as well. TV's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling.
Hey.
Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We're live on the Odyssey app, and we're just getting started here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Dude.
Just everywhere, just all down their leg before they get to the bathroom.
Oh man!
And I get to yell today because Jazz is in here, so I get to yell.
Okay, I like it.
If I would have did that,
lie. I thought for a second, I was like, KC about to get a look here during the commercial break.
Off my ear just
I'm just waiting for Jazz to slide the gold French doors open to be like, hey,
by the way, we're looking
you and
for
your
anybody.
little friend, knock it off. you and your little friends on YouTube, knock it off.
Yeah, that would have definitely been coming.
What's up, y'all? I see a couple of y'all on oh no, that's the Twitch logo. I was gonna say that's Twitter. No, that's the Twitch logo. I'm a dummy. Yep, return of the pissed off fan. There it is. Oh, there we go. My man here. He on Twitter.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, good stuff.
Well, somebody said I was cutting the promo, and I said the Kings. When you look into the skies and see the stars of yesteryear, you know that the Tigers will have a change up and it won't be the same.
I want to open your Ultimate Warrior's funny. I want to open our Wrestlemania show on Friday with that promo that Vince, it's not a promo, it's the open to WrestleMania 6, where Vince McMahon is talking about.
He did it like he did with the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, this is the two most powerful forces in the world collide. It's the ultimate challenge. It's WrestleMania. I gotta find the script to that somewhere and open the show with that. You could open with an Ultimate Warrior promo.
I'll be like this. You guys, when the Kings come from up top, and they know that they play the Timberwolves, there will be no defense.
Yeah. How many times did he want us to?
Oh my!
Twice.
Miguel Cabrera is pretty chunky. Did he just steal a base? I'm boy
chunky.
No, Aaron Fox would be pissed off. That's Pops, and he would be hot.
Yeah,
although Aaron, maybe you call Saul out. He didn't play bad yesterday. Like he was the least of their problems.
Yikes! I didn't even read up on Raw last night.
Oh snap! I'm gonna have to. What they call those, the going home shows?
They sure did. Yeah, the go home shows. Yep. I wonder what they'll do Friday with
SmackDown. Did they?
Yeah, because they used to do it live.
Shows? That could be.
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Go
to University. Maybe they start traveling. I mean, there's enough places they can go now. I would think.
Yeah, I think so. You gotta. I don't imagine it'd be too hard.
Time that perfectly.
I don't imagine it'd be too hard to book an arena right now.
Yeah.
So,
you know what's sad? Okay, I'm gonna tell you what's sad on the other side.
Okay. On the other side of the radio segment. Pineapple Street Studios has just launched a new 8-part series podcast, My Fugitive. I'll get it. Host Nina Gilden CV is a St. Louis native whose father was the civil rights attorney who represented Howard Mechanic, a St. Louis college student who vanished after a riot left an Air Force building burned to the ground. She takes us through a dark family secret that unveils a Cold War spy ring, Dr. Martin Luther King assassination conspiracies, and the government's attempt to cover up it all.
Oh my.
New episodes are available every week wherever you get your podcast. But why wait? Binge all episodes now exclusively on the new Odyssey app. Odyssey is your audio home for all the podcast, music, news, and sports that matter to you. That's Odyssey. Of course, it's your home here of ESPN 1320 as well.
Damon, would you consider yourself a conspiracy theorist?
No, but I'm willing to research them.
Yeah, I don't think I am, but I got to be honest with you. I'm not willing to 100% rule out anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you tell me something, I'll listen to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, I could see it. Now, what I ultimately come down to, I mean, I don't think I'm a conspiracy theorist, but like, so for instance, I think I've talked about it before. There's a guy that a friend of mine who believes that all sports are rigged.
Yeah, you mentioned that before.
Yeah, they're all rigged. It's all part of a plan. And I don't believe that. But I mean, I'm just
every once in a while a game comes up and you're like, hey,
come on, man, that looked a little funny. Hell, even last night, as we talked about Kings and Timberwolves were up by like 12 out of nowhere. In like a minute and a half, it gets to 2. Mm-hmm. I'm saying, come on, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Timberwolves are bad. They ain't that bad. How you lose a 12-point lead in like a minute and a half?
They are that bad. Kings actually hit a couple of shots in a row is what I think happened.
Yeah. That's how
bad the Kings are playing is they have a decent run and you go, man, this might be fixed. Conspiracy. I remember when I first started learning about like JFK, I must have read like 24 JFK books reading about like the different theories about what happened to him and all of that stuff. So yeah, this podcast, like when we got word about this podcast joining our family, like I was curious.
Yeah.
But again, it's one of those things where like what happens with me is like I'll hear something and then the first thing I'll do is go look it up. And then I'll like try to research it.
You're like an 80s baby. That's what 80s babies do. 2000s babies, like, the Jessies and stuff like that. They just
read it on Twitter and go with it. They believe history is in 280 characters. That's fine. That's fine. Let's talk more. Yeah, I feel because talking about conspiracies and the Sacramento Kings, we can rewind.
Is there a conspiracy to keep the Kings out of the playoffs forever?
Apparently, it's the Lakers conspiracy. And it involves Ben McLemore, who's now a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. By the way,
Ben McLemore, good for him. I was about to say something, but good for him.
It's he's an interesting one. I'll leave it. He's an interesting one for sure. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in here on the show, we'd love to hear from you. How about our man Ramsey, the birthday boy?
Birthday boy in the building.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're just calling in. Wanted to lightweight switch subjects for 2 seconds. As I told Jesse, I'm actually going to a live sporting event tonight.
Wait, what?
Wow.
I'm going to a live sporting event tonight. I'm going to
a game.
Okay.
I mean, hopefully they can get a win. I know Kershaw's pitching, but
hey, 0-6 on deck.
I hope not. The way they've been playing.
Did the Dodgers? I think the Dodgers have scored twice since you called.
Yeah, I know.
They just.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead and keep that up first.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, tell me about it. Like, are you excited about it? I mean, obviously you're going.
I am, but at the same time, I'm still a little kind of precautious and everything, just because we're not out of a pandemic yet. But,
right.
But the saving grace is it's outside, it's not indoors. So that's the one thing that basically was like, go ahead, and it's my birthday, so I always try to find a live sporting event to go to on my birthday to enjoy it, and this is the one choice that I had. It obviously didn't have anything last year, so
yeah. Did you get the Pookie needle in the arm yet?
I'm waiting for that. I'm doing that in about a week and a half.
Okay, there you go.
Once we all can do it.
There you go. Okay. Well, that's it. Hey, man, have fun. Happy birthday, man, and enjoy the game. Give us a call tomorrow. Let us know. Let us know how it goes, man. And most, be safe.
Yes, indeed.
Some man Ramsey celebrating.
Yeah,
his
man.
birthday
Happy
today.
birthday! I'll give him some more air horns, man. Since I know you're listening. Yeah, man, happy birthday! I was gonna say.
I'm curious. Before I'm curious if anyone in the chat, does anyone have any plans to go to an A's game? I mean, I assume Giants are open too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be curious if anybody listening is going to a baseball game.
Let us know. Get on the chat, call in, whatever the case may be. I'm up in the air about it. Like, part of me is like, yo, let's go. Let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
And part of me is like, I'm just still not ready yet.
Yeah.
Still, like we talk about all the time. Like, if they open up Golden One Center, would I go to a game? And I want to say yes, but like to actually do it, I don't know if I'm there.
You know what? Yet. I was thinking about the other day, Friday, when Marshall was with us, and because we kind of got the statement from the Kings after the announcement, I guess, from Governor Newsom about how kind of things are going to be changing over the course of the next couple of weeks, and the Kings saying, we could be looking at this rate. By the way that the Kings are playing, ain't nobody going to go to that damn arena, whether they open it up to 10% capacity or 100% capacity. But I was thinking, because you and I would talk about this privately. I think we've even talked about it on the air. We have the ability to go. Mm-hmm. It's a different type of protocol now than it used to be, whereas you have your credential, you just show up, you go, you sit in a certain area. Now it's like, hey, can you let us know? We need to plan a little bit differently. And you and I have just kind of both made the decisions. We don't really need to go. We had courtside going on earlier in the year, which took us right till, tip. And then, it's just, we never really we don't need to be there. But when it was like, okay, we probably might open up to a certain percentage, I started thinking, man, we haven't really had a chance to hang out with the people who listen to this show since the show started. Mm-hmm. And this is because like our company won't let us plan an event yet. Like we're not at that stage where we could start wilding out. Right. But I did think, like, what if we, we were able to go to a Kings game?
Unofficially, we're here. If you guys want to. Yeah. Well, that goes into what I was about to say. I was like, the sad part about it, about what we saw yesterday, about what these Kings are giving us right now, is you see what they call it, the al fresco thing. They put the Kings on the big screen on front. I think they did that all weekend, actually. Yeah. And they lost all the games.
Yeah, they did.
That's all the games. So, people out there, I saw a poor little guy out there with his little Chris Webber jersey. He had his little Kings mask. His family was out there. They came to watch. It's good to get back to something and watch the Kings. And they got to see them lose to the Timberwolves, the Minnesota Timberwolves. My God.
Normally on Tuesdays, we do power rankings, but we've murdered the power ranking segment. We just killed it. It's gone. It's gone forever. There's multiple reasons that it's gone. Kenny hates rankings.
I don't hate rankings.
Two, the main reason that it's gone is we got a little taste of success. I was having some fun. I was feeling it. Like, you know what?
You did this.
You know what?
That's right.
You know what? Go ahead and throw these Kings here at number 5. They tied with the Clippers. We're going to put them here at number 5. It's the first time we've ever had a tie in the power rankings. Since then, 0 for 4. Haven't won a game since.
Damn it.
And if you want to find a fan base more frustrated than the Sacramento Kings one, well, let's bring in Daniel here. 916-349-1320. Daniel, what's on your mind, my brother?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Daniel?
Hey, Kenny, I'm with you now. I was listening to you on Friday, and you were talking about how you're terrified about the Niners draft. I am, too. I think Shanahan is going to go full on. He's going to back in the Jones.
Well,
I need to be talked out of that. He's gonna go what makes him comfortable. Go ahead.
No, my bad, Daniel. Go ahead.
No, you'd be. By the way, everyone would be shocked at how much Daniel sounds exactly like Danny in San Francisco, and how all of you, like every 49ers fan, sounds exactly the same right now, Daniel, about how terrified you are about the selection of Mac Jones.
He's gonna be Cousins. He's gonna be he's gonna be Garoppolo, and that's who Shanahan is comfortable with. And I really think he's going to screw this up. I really do, and I think it's going to destroy the whole front office afterwards.
Well, I got news for you, Daniel. There's nothing to be terrified about. There's nothing to be scared about because it's already a done deal. Now you can move to acceptance. Like it's going to happen. Shanahan's going to get fired.
It is.
John Lynch is going to get fired. And the good news about this is we can get a head start on. I have power rankings for quarterbacks and draft picks and stuff. I'll just start having front office and head coaches power rankings. That's what I'm gonna put together because they're done. They're finished out here.
Man,
I can't do it. I can't look at it like that because man, I've been a Kings fan since 1985, but I've been a Niner fan since even before that. And if I screw this up, I don't know how I'll handle it. I don't know if I can take it.
Oh man. 49er fans now. Daniel, thanks, buddy. I'm sorry, man. 49ers fans are in a bad. It hasn't even happened to the 49ers yet. Nothing. Ain't nothing happened to the 49ers. But who's in a worse mental space right now? Kings fans or 49er fans?
I mean, it's got to be the Kings. I mean, the Kings they're in the worst mental space of any sports team in America.
Based off that 45-minute pre-show call we had, it sure didn't sound like it. 45-minute pre-show call. 10, 15 minutes talking about the show. The other 30 was two 49er fans just traumatized at the potential selection of Matt Jones at number 3.
We're angry. We as Niner fans, we are angry. That's for sure.
4-letter words shared there as the call started to wrap up. Yeah,
much deserved too for Shanahan and Lynch. Really Shanahan, because I think this is his call. I mean, I talked about it on Twitter a little bit. They had a report that, hey, not even Kyle Shanahan's assistants know what he's going to do. And I, like tongue in cheek, half jokingly said he doesn't want anybody to talk some sense into him. That's essentially what it is. What's his name? Nick Saban coming out saying they didn't even talk to me on pro day. Kyle Shanahan is dead set on this, and he doesn't care what logic says. He doesn't care what the general public says. People in his own profession say he's going to do this regardless. And you know what? It's going to get him fired. And I can't wait to drive him to the airport. You want to talk about heel turn?
This is amazing.
I can't wait to drive him up out of town.
Do you hear yourself? This is extraordinary. Kyle Shanahan has done nothing yet. You're preparing for him to do something wrong so you can get rid of him. But you refuse to fire Luke Walton. You won't even imaginary fire Luke Walton. You'll leave him in Detroit. You'll leave him in Minnesota. You'll leave him. You say you don't care if he gets fired. You don't care if the plane accidentally leaves without him. But you have never said, Luke got to go. Kyle Shanahan has very literally done nothing. He's done nothing. In preparation for him doing something, you're getting ready to fire him.
Luke has never done anything this stupid.
There is a sea of Kings fans that would disagree with you.
What has he done that this stupid?
He can't coach.
What are you talking about? He can't coach. Could he coach last week?
No, he should have been fired last week too.
Anyway, Luke ain't done nothing this stupid.
Even Vlade got a year after doing something stupid. I am mortified.
He'll get a year. Get a year.
I'm mortified that of how we're using the term Bagley now. He's going to Bagley the pick.
That was funny.
Oh, wow.
That was funny.
I mean, the correlation is there. Like, you're not the first one to draw that conclusion, Daniel.
Yeah, Shanahan just tried to escape through the window.
Yep.
As Max said, I just super kicked him through the barbershop window.
No, he actually didn't super kick him. He just picked him up and tossed him right through the barbershop window.
That's how he went through the window. And he tried to escape through the window.
This heel turn since August 17th on Kyle Shanahan, really, I don't know that we have time. We've got a 4-hour show to do each day. We've got, different things. if we can dig up sound from early editions of D-Lo and KC where we're talking about young Shanny and my guy and all of these different things and somehow intertwine them, like what's the greatest breakup song ever? Like there's got to be an end of the road. Like what is it? Like what? Maybe I Will Always Love You. Like just hit those clips together and like just the ultimate breakup here between Kenny Caraway and Kyle Shanahan.
Save it for the draft day show.
Got 8 hours.
We can play it then.
Thank God that show is going to be brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, because 49er fans, they're gonna need some gin to get through the day.
You know I'm going right after the show. Right after that show. I can't wait to hear all these guests try to talk me off the ledge and tell me why Mac Jones is a good idea. Damien, you said it multiple times.
I just somebody from Alabama to come on the show.
They don't even like him like that there. You said it multiple times in my head, and it just rings and rings and rings. They don't even make quarterbacks like this anymore. Why would you say, that's my guy? The arrogance of Kyle Shanahan. Maybe he was always this arrogant, but he didn't come off this arrogant before. That's why he was young Shanny. Now the arrogance of him, get him the hell out of here. Once he finalizes his deal, I'm going to finalize his termination. That's what I'm going to do.
I still can't get over this. He's done nothing, and you're willing to throw him out of here, but you won't fire Luke Walton. No matter how many times this team lose, no matter how many times this Sacramento Kings do, 3-1. That's how they started the season. This is how the Sacramento Kings respond to playing well. This is how the Sacramento Kings respond to like microcosm of success. 3-1. Remember that? Are you old enough to remember that?
I'm old enough.
They were 3-1 to start this season. They lost 9 of their next 11. Remember the wins? Remember when they were 7 of 8? They lost 9 in a row immediately following that 7 of 8 streak. Season high, 5 straight wins. I think we had 7 of 8 in that stretch as well. We hit our 4th straight loss last night. This one to the lowly Minnesota Timberwolves, the, by record, worst team in the National Basketball Association.
This is rock bottom of the season.
Are you sure? I was trying to think of that. Like, that's a strong. I feel like the Kings keep finding rocks to move.
Well, they found
the bottom right here, and then they're like, nope. Let's clear some of this stuff out of the way. Let's find a new bottom to hit because this one ain't good enough.
They found a new bottom to hit. This is the bottom. This is rock bottom. So you just lost to a team that's won 12 games this year.
That's fine. That's fine. And we could talk about how this team appears to have no heart. We could talk about how the issue appears to, it's effort and we're playing down to our competition and all. And I feel like playing down to your competition is something you say when you're scared to admit, yeah, we might just suck. As a basketball team, as professional athletes, we might just be bad at this. So what we're going to say is, to inflate our egos a little bit, we're going to say that we're playing down to our competition. To not give off the impression that winning 4 in a row or 5 in a row was a fluke, or the fact that we've won 7 of 8 a couple of times this year. So we don't give off the impression that was a massive fluke. We're going to say we're playing down to our competition, because it's a lot easier to do that than to say, hey, we don't know how to play defense. We can't play defense. We're awful on the defensive end. It's easier than calling out any 1 or 2 or 3 specific teammates that might be bad on the defensive end or who might shoot poorly on a regular basis. And it's a lot easier than saying our coach stinks. So we're just going to say we're playing down to our competition. Bruh, you are the down in the competition. Like the Lakers have 10 more wins than you, 12 more wins than you. And you're talking about playing down to the competition? I don't care that LeBron James wasn't there. Anthony Davis wasn't there. Hell, even AD number 2 wasn't there. It doesn't matter. That's still a better basketball team than you are, but you're going to talk about playing down to the competition.
How could you even form your lips to say something like that? And see, and this is, so in all honesty, this is why, like, I'm not in a rush to get rid of Luke. If you get rid of him, you get rid of him. I'm not in a rush, because it's in the DNA of these players. I said last night, every single person needs to look into the mirror after this one and figure out what's really going on. There needs some soul searching. And I mean the players, the coaching staff, the front office, not that it's their fault, but these guys that you may like, that may be good guys, that may be good in the locker room, that may be somebody, I'd love to have him around. No, it's time to ask some hard questions. Because these guys been around and they've been doing this for the last 2 years minimum. There's guys that's been here for 4 years. All right. So there's guys who've been doing these same things for the last 2 years. And they can be the nicest guys in the world. They can be great teammates, all you want. Something ain't working with these players on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody outside of Fox and Halliburton, I guess, they all need to be up for question. And I love Harrison Barnes. I don't think he's the problem, but
he's not. But you need that menace to society moment where the light's shining under you and you're sitting on the other side and the cops on the other side talking about, okay, you went, where were you at 11:30? Oh, you effed up, right? You effed up, right? They need that moment. They need that interrogation scene. Like, what's the problem here? And I wonder this, and I genuinely do wonder this. Do they know? Like, do they know what the problem is? Because I refuse to believe. I don't care. Harrison Barnes said it, who I have tremendous respect for. I don't care that De'Aaron Fox said it. They don't believe the issue is playing down to the competition. What is the issue? If you do put them under that microscope, you do put them under that hot interrogation light, and you say, yo, what is the issue? Y'all start slow repeatedly. Y'all can't close games anymore. Like, what is the day-to-day problem with the Sacramento Kings? I wonder if we'd get an answer. I wonder if we would get a universal answer from guys like Harrison Barnes and Rashawn Holmes and Tyrese Halliburton or De'Aaron Fox. Would we get the same answer over and over again? Would people just be guessing? Do they not know what the problem is? Do they not know why they win 4 or 5 in a row and then lose 4 or 5 in a row?
Them guys, I don't know. Some of them might know. Some of them might say that they're soft. I don't know. Some of them might be clueless to it. There was a moment last night, and this is something that it kind of pissed me off a little bit. So I want to say it was about a minute or two left in the first half, and Buddy Hield had just one of them bad turnovers. Like he just lost the ball off his knee or something like that, and Luke subbed him out. And you could see Buddy walking to the sideline. Somebody gave him a towel. He just throws a towel to the side. He's pissed off. And at the time, Buddy Hield was 3 of 10 from the field, 3 of 9 from beyond the arc, had 9 points, 3 turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
And you got the nerve to be upset because somebody's subbing you out? You're lucky they subbed you back in the second quarter the way you was playing. And that's the problem. See, that's the problem right there. If you want to get on Luke or whatever the case may be, there's little stuff like that where it's like, man, you take the night off. Take the night off. You want to get upset because you just won the ball off your knee for the 3rd time today. We only in the first half. You don't even handle the ball like that. How you got 3 turnovers?
I feel like we got to get our pressure points here. Woosah. Because we're a little worked up here, but that I think deserves some further examination. Why the hell is Buddy Hield running the offense with De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton out there? Why did he have the ball in his hands so much yesterday? Why was Buddy Hield even in a position to turn the ball over 3 times yesterday? I don't understand that.
Somebody told me, and I hate to be a chatty patty like this, but this is what comes ahead every time, is they told me Buddy thinks every play is for him to score. So even if you don't call a play for him, when he touches it, he's running like, yo, I can get this up. Okay. I think that's where you see a lot of this come from. Hear what I said. Hear what I said. Even if you don't call it for him, he's still thinking, yo, I can get this up.
Yo, okay. Buddy got to go, dude. Even if you did, Buddy, put him on the bench. Play him 15 minutes. Does Buddy Hield play more than 15 minutes anywhere else in the league? Like, what do we... Again, it's that you know why he thinks that? You know why, in my opinion, you know why he thinks that? Because he's allowed to. He's allowed to think that. Because a better coach might have grabbed him by his jersey, figuratively, and said, fam, no, this ain't for you. The 3rd or 4th time during the season in which he ran a play that very much wasn't for him, but he made it about him. Like, bruh, this ain't for you. Sit on the bench. Keep doing it. You ain't gonna see the floor again. He's allowed to think that way. And that wouldn't fly anywhere else in the league. That's false. It'd fly in a few other places in the league. It wouldn't fly. It wouldn't fly anywhere else that it mattered. Wouldn't fly in Denver. Wouldn't fly in. I mean, you could name 15 other cities, 15 other teams. It wouldn't fly in New York. He wouldn't even be on the Knicks. Tibbs would be like, no, I don't care how many threes he hits. Buddy Hield could be 100% 3-point shooter. And Tom Thibodeau would be like, nah, I don't think so. I don't think that's going to work here. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll probably continue to be mad. There's more to talk about. We do got to dive into the NCAA tournament game last night, as my partner broke down beautifully following that performance from Baylor. What an incredible job they did. And perhaps, you guys know, I absolutely hate saying this. Kenny might have been right.
Well.
Yeah, look at that. He doesn't even know he doesn't even know what I'm talking about. He just heard that line and he knows he's in for something good. That's all on the way here on Twitch, on YouTube, on Odyssey, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Stilo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Man, show goes by fast when you're mad.
Yeah, like 43 already. Damn,
man.
Well, look,
quick when you're mad.
Mark said exactly what I was thinking. Buddy did the same shit with I shouldn't have said that. Said the same stuff with Jaeger, right? Remember the game in Golden State when Jaeger yells at him and all this other stuff? Mm-hmm. Dame Lillard pops in. Mm-hmm. Why are you yelling at him like that? Mm-hmm. Like, it's not when Buddy is not the coach.
Yeah, maybe.
Hell, Luke benched him last year, and Buddy started throwing a fit. But he probably should do it again.
I love when things go bad. We call it McQueen and the violent fog. The violent frog. When it's all
Violet
fog. When it's all bad, it's the violent frog.
we get violent. Yeah. Get violent up in there, boy.
Create a drink. What could we mix? What could we mix this with? Call it the violent frog. I don't even know what green drink is out there. Y'all hit that. You know, I'm begging for thumbs up, man. I'm begging for likes. Y'all are watching on YouTube, man. Hit the thumbs up. Get us up to 40 thumbs up real quick. I mean, that's 52. That's not even asking for everybody to do it, but explain what's in there. What's that? That's vodka, man. We drinking gin over here. Gin and champagne, dog. I gotta break open this cognac. Have you opened some of this other stuff that we've got, like the rum and the cognac?
I haven't, man. I haven't. I think I might do it this weekend.
Shoot, at the rate we're going,
I should have brought it up on Sunday.
Might do it at 1 at the rate we're going. Man. Hit that 3 more. We need 3 more. We gotta get to 40. Look, now there's even more people watching. It should be easy.
Thumbs up, guys. Come on. Do it for your boy. I'm going crazy with these Kings. Come on, do it for us.
Dude, lazy, we want to. We just we can't yet. We're not there yet, but we're absolutely going to do it. As a matter of fact, I was speaking to somebody yesterday.
Hey.
And mentioned like, hey, we're thinking about this, when the time is right, we got an idea. And he was like, yo, I'll send you the text that he sent. I'm going to send it to you right now.
It's going to be, that's going to be smooth.
Bro, wait till I don't know if Black Bottles 916 is watching. He usually watches later. Where this is because I can't say it out loud because that's irresponsible. But let's see. Here, I'll send it to the whole show so Jesse can read it too. Told him what we were thinking about. I'm just sending you. That's the straight response. You're just getting the response I got when I told him about the McQueen party. Oh man, Max, I didn't know you was in Texas, bro. I never knew that. Okay. D-Lo and KC block party.
That's how we feel. What'd you say, Murph? D-Lo and Kenny block party?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. If you're in a bad mood, you really should hang out on Twitch and YouTube. We have a lot more fun there during the commercial breaks. It's a chance for us to just kind of take a breath and have some fun, man. And we appreciate you listening no matter where you are. If it's on ESPN 1320, the Odyssey app, or if you're watching along with the show here on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. It's a frustrating time for fans here in the Northern California area. The Sacramento Kings stink again after being so good a week
we
ago.
suck again. Is that how it goes? I've never even seen a clip of the movie. But
is that that's Waterboy, right?
Yeah, Jesse,
is that what it is?
That's Waterboy.
That's Waterboy. Okay.
I've never even seen it. I've just seen the GIF on Twitter.
Yeah, man, it stinks. 49er fans are bracing the stink as well, as that hasn't even happened, and you know, there's a lot of different things here. We've got to get to the NCAA tournament game. Baylor finishing off a tremendous season for them, and I got to give some roses to my partner who did a fantastic job on television over the course of the last month or so. By the way. You, Marshall, Sarah, that whole crew over at CBS 13 did a tremendous job.
Shout out to my guy, Coach Katz. Coach Katz says he always listens, man. Shout out to Coach Katz.
That's dope, man. Coach Katz is as good as they come, man. We appreciate you, Coach. Thanks for that. De'Aaron Fox, 31. I do want to accentuate a couple of positives here. De'Aaron Fox had an efficient 31 last night, 13 of 15 from the free throw line. He had 9 assists. I think that's about where I'll end it.
Yeah,
I mean, not that Harrison Barnes didn't play bad. He was efficient as well. He had 21 and 12. I don't mean to diminish that and knock that, but he was terrible. 6 3-pointers, 6 of 16 from 3-point range, 6 of 17 from the field. You ain't going to move me with the stat line like that. And unfortunately, the bench was bad for arguably the first time in this, like there was nothing there. I mean, Hassan Whiteside got some minutes, which we figured was going to happen when he was activated. But, 13 minutes for Hassan Whiteside, which he literally took the place of Chimezie Metu. Like Metu didn't play at all.
Right.
So another case of there you have it, I guess. I don't know.
Terrence Davis, the line right. I mean, they were combined. What is this? 3 of 15 from the field with 7 points. Mm-hmm. And you know what? I mean, those. I don't want to completely. Everybody gets to stink on this one. Everybody does, right? Mm-hmm. But I mean, if they were averaging 18 points a game, they wouldn't be bench players, right? So there's going to be games like that.
Yeah.
Buddy Hield, like I said, he had 18 and 7. I watched the game. There was not one point where I liked what I saw from Buddy Hield. You know what I mean? And in the numbers, if you just say he got 18 and 7, I'd be like, oh, okay, that's cool. Like I said, we watched the game. Mm-hmm. And that was just, he was so frustrating last night. So frustrating. He went back to all the old habits. Like you said, 17 shots, 16 threes. How?
He's allowed to. He's allowed to.
16 threes. That's true. But he's allowed to. But at the same time, that's what everybody said they wanted. Oh, stop asking him to dribble the ball. Just let him shoot threes like Duncan Robinson.
Hold on, man. You're right. I didn't say shoot threes. I said catch and shoot.
Well, you didn't. No. From me. That wasn't
catch and shoot from anywhere.
That wasn't a Damon Barley impression. That was a King's Twitter impression. Like last night.
Well, that's what King's Twitter sounds like.
Just let him shoot. Let him be Duncan Robinson. See, Coach Spo, all they do is run threes for Duncan Robinson. That's what they need to do for Buddy. No. I told you then, told you now. No.
I'll never be able to read a tweet the same again, knowing that that's what it sounds like. That's wild. That's wild. So this is reactionary, and I don't know what else. Hell, I don't know what else to do here. But is the small lineup working or not?
No, it's not working.
Okay,
it ain't working.
because it did, and then it didn't. And so like I don't like what sample size is stronger, the fact that the losing sample size or the winning sample size.
To me, it was never going to work long term.
And you said that from jump, by the way, for those who missed it. Like you said that from the beginning. You said that before they made the change, because there were people screaming to go small ball before Marvin was hurt.
Right.
They were just to get Tyrese Halliburton into the starting lineup. Instead of taking Buddy out, you take Marvin out. You're like, that's not going to work.
Yeah, it could work for spurts. And I could be wrong. They could go on a 9-game winning streak with this lineup, but I don't see it happening. I think it wears down Harrison Barnes.
Oh, they could go on a 9-game winning streak if they follow it up with a 12-game losing streak.
What's the question really is, how is this season going to end? It's going to end one way or the other. Like, it's going to end with a winning streak or a losing streak.
It is.
They just need to time it up with the winning streak, the way things go right now.
Can we be a jerk? Yeah, and that's really, really important. And we need to get to that. I know Jason Jones was with us yesterday, and he said the Kings need a jerk. I'm not trying to be that jerk. I just want to point out a couple of things. Kings' last win was against the Spurs. Spurs had lost 5 of 6 at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, it was the Cleveland Cavaliers, Golden State Warriors. We know where the Warriors are right now.
Yeah, they going crazy.
The Atlanta Hawks, Cleveland Cavaliers again. They got their face kicked in by the Philadelphia 76ers. They beat a struggling Boston Celtics team. And I'm not trying to add these extra words to it. I'm trying to provide context to it. I'm not trying to minimize them. I'm just trying to provide a little context. That Celtics team at the time they were in bad shape. And before that, they beat the Wizards. Those are the team. Hell, even if you kind of venture outside of some of their best ball, their last win before that, it was against the Rockets. It's not exactly the death lineup that they're out there beating. You know what I mean? Maybe it puts again. That's not the Kings' fault.
Right.
You play the teams that are in front of you. You beat the teams that are in front of you. That's the best you could do as a ball club. But maybe it provides just a little bit more context into what exactly 7 of 8 look like. Oh, well, it looked like a couple of wins over Cleveland. It looked like a win over the Golden State Warriors without Steph and Draymond. And you know, when you take a step back and you look deeper into this, you go, okay, well, maybe, hey, you got the wins. That's good. Of course, you get beat up by the Lakers, you get beat up by the Bucks, and now this is why that last night's loss was so infuriating. Even if you're just beating the bad teams at this point, you should have beaten the Minnesota Timberwolves. It would have been on brand. It's fine. You lose to the Lakers, you lose to the Bucks, whatever. On brand if you beat the Minnesota Timberwolves, and you couldn't do it, and you and 2 of your leaders collectively blamed lack of effort. That's a problem.
It's a big problem. It's a big problem. And what they were doing, and I know this isn't the argument you were making, but they were doing what they quote unquote were supposed to do. You have teams that you feel are I don't want to say lesser than you, but teams that you should take care of, you're supposed to win them. Utah Jazz. By no means am I saying the Kings are anywhere in the stratosphere of the Utah Jazz, but they just were on a 9-game winning streak. They beat the Raptors, the Bulls, the Nets without Kyrie and KD, the Grizzlies, the Cavs, the Grizzlies, the Bulls, the Magic. Like, they did what they're supposed to do. That's their schedule.
Who got them last night?
The Mavericks got them last night.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, Mavericks are starting to wake up a little bit. But, I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. You got that stretch in front of you. You're supposed to take care of business, which is all the more frustrating as to why they couldn't do that against the Minnesota Timberwolves last night. I mean, it's just a calamity, an absolute calamity. But, Damian, we have spent 56 minutes talking about how disgusted we are with their performance and how unacceptable that was last night, and how they're soft and they're lazy, and how could you play down? You are the down and everything. Yet they're still right here. They didn't lose that game and go 7 games behind the 10 spot. They're still just a game and a half behind. And that's kind of what it is. San Antonio lost last night. Golden State's probably going to lose tonight. I mean, they might win, but I wouldn't bet on it. Bet QL. I wouldn't bet on it. All right, they're probably going to lose, and
I'll pull it up for funsies.
It's just what it is. Yeah. It's just what it is, and they got an opportunity, man, to do something with their season, to end their season a different way than what they've done in the last 15 years. Whether you say a play-in, that's a whole nother discussion, but it's different than just typically it's like April 3rd or April 16th. All right, guys, we'll see you guys next year. At least there's something to play for in those final games. So they got an opportunity to do that. And
I want to, this is going to tie into some various pieces of the conversation later. By the way, Bucks favored by 6.5 over on BetQL. 6.5, Milwaukee Bucks. How about this line right here? Because I was thinking about this, and I think we need to dive further into this as the show progresses. But a man, Cognac Mac over here on YouTube says, I'll say this, y'all, we have to let Rashawn Holmes walk. The man is too small to be playing center, and we need a real center. Now, I don't agree with that wholeheartedly, but you have long been concerned about Rashawn's size.
Yeah.
And so I feel like there's a conversation to be had about, like, okay, if Rashawn Holmes remains here with the Sacramento Kings, you've got to find some quality backup bigs to help in that position. And when I say bigs, I mean like bigs, not bigs in terms of the position they play. I mean big dudes.
Right.
You need to get them onto the Sacramento Kings roster. It sounds so ridiculous to say, but I'll say it. You need Hassan Whiteside types.
Yeah.
You need big bodies like that. That's what you need if Rashawn Holmes is going to be your primary center.
I thought about that when I was thinking about Damian Jones.
Yeah.
Damian Jones, like, he's a big guy. Why not take a look at him? See if you could salvage him. I agree 100%. And there's going to be times when Rashawn just gets overmatched, whether with size or a combination of size and skill. Cat did whatever he wanted last night.
Yeah.
Cat had his way. And yeah, I mean, he's one of the top when everything's right.
Yeah.
One of the top young players in the league.
Definitely.
So that's nothing to be ashamed of if you're Rashawn Holmes. But man, and then the other thing about that is Rashawn, the reason why he's in the NBA, the reason why he's here is because of his motor. And he outworks people. He outworks the hell out of people from time to time. And he's not a robot. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is wear and tear. There is times when, man, I just don't have the same type of energy level. Or, my mind is saying, go, but my body is a little beat up. I can't go where I want to go. I'm a step slow today, or, I can't hold off this box out, as long as I normally do.
Weird, because normally it's your mind telling you no and your body telling you yes. Baby, I don't want to hurt nobody.
I was sitting there watching
to sing that stuff anymore. Sorry.
Look, I was sitting there watching the Versus the other day, and I was like, is he going to go down that road where he, some of those, the writer that he had on some of those songs? And he did. He did. He went down about 2 or 3 times. I was like, okay.
He was like, I'm Ron Isley, dude. I could really do whatever I want.
He actually has. I heard today he's got a new song. I heard the new song. Definitely sounds like
sounds like somebody wrote it.
Somebody in jail cell wrote that. Definitely sounds like that. But yeah. But that's it would worry me to. I'll put it to you like this: it would worry me to leave Rashawn Holmes on an island and say, "We signed you. That's what we're banking on." Like, I think he needs help around him. And as much as Harrison Barnes may be suffering from time to time with having to play in the small lineup and play the 4, I think it also may hurt Rashawn Holmes a little bit too. It may free him up offensively, but as far as like the banging and the rebounding and the defending down low, Marvin, at the very least, Marvin helped on the boards. I'm not going to say he was like this defensive stalwart, but he helped on the boards. He was good for 7 to 10 points, 7 to 10 rebounds a night. So that's
maybe the help
on Rashawn.
Maybe the help could come at the 4 position, and you could go back to Buddy Tyrese Harrison as 1, 2, and 3. Could Rashawn play 4?
I think he could.
I mean, he can't. I mean, I don't want to say he can't. He probably doesn't stretch out, which it feels like you have to be able to do with the 4 spot now. But
and I like to think about it on
I'm off
the
base there.
defensive end sometimes. I mean, Jaden McDaniels, that's a little bit of a tough matchup. I mean, it's tough to gauge because he is so young.
Mm-hmm.
But I look at the Jazz. They have who do they have at power forward? Royce O'Neal.
Yeah, look it up and dissect it a little bit. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by our friends over at Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Damian Barling. He's TV's Kenny Caraway. We're thrilled that you're here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. If you're listening on the Odyssey app or ESPN 1320 AM, we appreciate you for allowing us to be a part of your day, even if you're a frustrated Kings fan. I assure you, we are all frustrated with you. So it doesn't work. You don't think it'll line up like defensively with Rashawn Holmes at 4?
Yeah, I think that'd be tough.
I'm trying to find a way to make it work. I'm trying to find a way to add size.
Yeah, they need. I wouldn't be against it though. I mean, I think the biggest issue. I'll put it to you like this: I'd rather try that than keeping Buddy Hield in the starting lineup and going 3 guard. Buddy Hield in the starting lineup that doesn't work.
I agree with you 1,000%. What if is there a scenario? The weird thing is Metsu's not much bigger, so we're the only player we're really talking about, unless of course we talk about Damon Jones, and all of a sudden he goes, from bouncing the 3 different teams onto his 4th different team here with the Sacramento Kings, and winds up, hey kid, you're starting, pal.
Right.
We're going to put you next to Rashawn Holmes, and we're going to put Buddy on the bench, and we're going to run De'Aaron Tyrese, put Harrison back at the number 3. And at this point, I feel like do you have to try something? Do you look at this? If you're Luke Walton, do you look at this and go, we've got to try something. We've obviously got a problem here. And I'm smart enough to believe it's more than just effort. Like, we have a problem here that we have to address and we have to fix it. We're getting out rebounded in every game. I think they might have scored more points in the paint for the first time. They did. They scored more points in it, which goes to show you that that's absolutely useless. That stat is absolutely useless. But what's not useless is the fact that they're continuously getting out rebounded.
Yeah, the rebounding is a serious one.
Okay, so we go Damon Jones and Rashawn Holmes, because I don't know why we can't start Hassan Whiteside and still play him 13 minutes. Maybe you can, but you put him out there. You put another big, like a real big, like a sizable player into the starting lineup out there with Rashawn Holmes. Harrison Barnes now back to the 3 position where he's more effective offensively. Tyrese Halliburton at 2, De'Aaron at 1, and you give it a go with that. I don't know what you have to lose at this point.
Well, I mean, it's not the worst idea. I just think, I think it would probably be a little more clogged up than you would like. When Bagley was out there, Bagley was in that corner 3, and he started to perfect that. Mm-hmm. And with Rashawn out there, I don't know if him going out to the corner. I mean, he used to be able to shoot. I think he still can shoot a little bit, but I don't think he's as much of a threat where teams would decide not to clog the lane and try to keep De'Aaron out of there.
What if you just? I mean, could you start it could you start Terrence Davis or DeLon Wright in place of, just for defensive purposes only, instead in place of Buddy Hield? Yeah,
absolutely. I thought about it the other day, and I didn't want to jump the gun, because I try not to jump the gun here. I try not to do that. But after his 27-point performance and the way he was scoring and the way he was moving out there, I'm a big fan of his game. I said, to be honest with you, I mean, Terrence Davis might be the starting 2 guard instead of Buddy this year and moving forward. And I know that's a little bit of a stretch to take him from being off the bench to a starting 2 guard, and you're trying to make.
But is he the 2 or the 3?
I think he's the 2,
and Tyrese is the 3.
Yeah, but it's.
I know. I guess it doesn't
guard.
matter.
Yeah.
I guess it doesn't matter.
It's 3 guard, and you just kind of, and he's actually a willing defender, so you could put him on different defenders. But I definitely had that thought of Terrence Davis. Maybe you want to go Mo Harkless or whatever. But I think the biggest issue is getting Harrison out of that 4 spot. I think that's the issue in getting somebody next to Rashawn Holmes one way or the other, whether it's a 5 and you move Rashawn to the 4 or another 4 next to Rashawn playing the center.
I feel like you got to do something. I don't know. I feel like you got to do something.
I'm just spitballing right now here on air and asking you things on the fluke. And we talk so bad about the guy. Maybe not so bad about. Well, maybe I have. I'll put that on me. Do they miss Marvin Bagley?
No. I don't think so. I don't think you talked bad about Marvin, by the way.
The only thing I didn't like was he's not there. That's what I.
Yeah, that's giving your opinion on a situation. That's not talking bad about the dude. No, I don't think so, because it's the same team. It's the same team doing the same exact things. Like they've done this before with Marvin. Like, no, I don't think that they do. But I think their current roster construction, it's just bad. It's bad in terms of the, like, and I like and that's not a knock on, like, I like the acquisitions from the trade deadline and all of that. But what I mean is what we were just talking about, like, it's not, it just doesn't work long term. That small lineup doesn't work long term. And again, this isn't in the moment. This isn't hyperbole. You've said this before any lineup change was made. You've said this when people were clamoring, let's run the small ball lineup. Let's run the small ball lineup. It's not going to work. Even when they made the change, we were like, okay, are they going to go Tyrese here? Like, what are they going to do? It's going to be difficult to start small. And it started all good. And now it feels like, and again, we talked about this. Wins masked a lot of problems that the Kings were having. Yeah. They were getting out-rebounded in many games that they were winning, but they were shooting 56, 57%. Now that you're shooting 44%, 45%, 46%, all of a sudden being out-rebounded by 15 is a big deal, or a bigger deal, I should say.
No, you're 100% correct, and I'm gonna pull even further back. All right, we pulled back a little bit when we said, as crazy as it sounds, guys, they're still right here. And I know, like it or not, because I know people want to dump on it and be like, this is just terrible. Like it or not, they're still right here. Pulling even further back, this roster isn't what Monty probably wants. He had some areas to tinker with at the deadline, and he did that. And for all intents and purposes, he got guys and pieces that we like. I like Terrence Davis. I like Mo Harkless. I like DeLon Wright. He did that. That's one aspect of what is a 12-month process. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's going to need another offseason and a real offseason, I guess. And I was the same one that came on here and said he should have got something to help him out. And he got a little help the roster out right now. But his full project, or the start of his project as general manager, probably hasn't begun to take place yet. He needs another draft, an offseason, and an opportunity, a realistic opportunity to get rid of some of these, the big contract and Buddy Hield. So it's frustrating. I know we don't want to hear it, but there's still work to be done.
Let's get Big Al in here real quick. 916-349-1320. What's going on, Big Al?
Hey, guys. How you doing? You know, first of all, I'm not going to get crazy out of here. I just want to say how much I appreciate you guys and Casey, appreciate our passion and the passion of rebounding and playing defense. Watching Baylor last night, God, if my dear daddy was still with me, he would have been excited to watch that game and see how defense can really be played. I mean, they really played. They got after it. I loved it. I love that defense. I mean, I'll give the fact that Gonzaga kind of boo-booed. You know, coach got a little bit taken aback. They didn't make the change quick enough, but still, I just love the way Baylor, and they got after rebound, even though they were very much undersized. So that was a fun game. I like that game.
It was.
On the other hand, another passion I have, or the passion you had, for one, Mr. Ben McLemore coming to my Lakers? What's this about? Is every client basically going to end up in LA? Is that what it's about?
Yeah.
It's guaranteed championship. Now, LeBron, Anthony Davis, Andre Drummond, Ben McLemore, though. Aha!
We got action.
We've got action. We need to talk more about Baylor Gonzaga. We got to talk more about the game last night. We've got to talk about what's going on in the NFL as well. We've got a lot more to get to. And of course, we'll get back to the Sacramento Kings as well here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Ooh.
Ramsey's right, guys. It is what it is, man. Where's it at? It is what it is. He's right.
Yep. That's right. That's right.
Gotta figure out how to push past this. And they gotta win on Thursday. Even if they lost on Thursday, they'd probably be no more than like 2 games back.
Yeah. They're not going to be out of it for a while, no matter what happens, just because of the length of the season and because of the caliber of the people in front of them, the teams in front of them. It's going to be a while before it's like, man, they're really out of this. I think a lot of people do, Mac, like Terrence Davis more than Buddy. I feel like Buddy is at the bottom of fan favorite list. I saw Coach Molly in here earlier. I lost her a ways back. Buddy infuriates her to no end. Just to absolute. There she is. Just to Coach absolute Molly, no end.
Coach Molly definitely knows her basketball. Then.
Oh, she most definitely does. She most definitely does.
I don't know if there's a place to talk about this on the show, but did you see your boy Brandon Marshall?
No, someone shot us a note about that. I didn't have a chance to research it. What Brandon Marshall, the football player?
Yeah.
What is he?
Oh, he was. I've never seen somebody more infuriated and be completely wrong at the same time.
Oh dear. I missed this. I missed it.
So basically, they're more than an athlete podcast or whatever,
mm-hmm.
And I don't know how they got on the subject, but he's just yelling at Chad and the other guy about stop saying NBA contracts are guaranteed. They're not guaranteed.
Sorry, I was trying to.
No, go ahead, play it.
Wow. Wow. What is my man's talking about?
And then that last little part at the end, what do you mean? What are we talking about? Now I don't know what we're talking about.
Wow. That was a lot. That was a lot. That video has been viewed 2.5 million times.
Right. I saw that last night. I was just like, what the hell is he talking about?
He's just like he's wrong, but he's just screaming like really loud. And you know, I'm not gonna. All right.
So Jared Dudley.
I hope Brandon's well. That's all I can say.
Jared Dudley responds and he says, "This man can't be serious. 95% of the players have guaranteed contracts. Sometimes one person per roster will sign a partial with a later date to either being cut or signed."
My bad, y'all. I didn't realize you couldn't hear it. I'll play it for you in the next commercial break. That's my bad. D'Lo and KC continues on ESPN 1320. You want to be a part of the show, you could do that. 916-349-1320. Of course, you could just jump in the chat here, too, on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe as well. We'd greatly appreciate that. Talked a lot of Sacramento Kings there throughout the first hour. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings, including what they need to address most this upcoming offseason. We'll get back into Sam Darnold and the trade that sent him to Carolina. And how close were the San Francisco 49ers to trading for Sam Darnold? Yikes. I can't imagine how mad my
Who's running the show over there, huh? Who's running the show in San Francisco right now? Because I don't think they know what the hell they're doing.
They may very well not, but we'll get to all of that. We haven't spent enough time talking about Baylor and their incredible victory. Not an incredible victory. It was a trash game. Baylor was dominant. It was an incredible performance from Baylor to secure their first national championship in program history, ending Gonzaga's unbeaten season 86-70. The 1976 Indiana team remains the last unbeaten national champion. Over the last 45 seasons, 4 teams have entered the Final Four unbeaten, and none of them have won the championship. Of course, Gonzaga, and most recently, that Kentucky team who went into the national championship undefeated.
Willie Cauley-Stein, I think, was on that team.
That's right. I think they were they 39-0? 39-0. I think they were. It was a huge. I remember Kim Mulkey's, one of Brittany Griner's teams, went like 40-0 because they scheduled extra games to try to get to that 40 or something, and it was a really big deal. But just a phenomenal performance from Baylor, and you've been. It brings to mind a question I have, which I have to give you, kind of your roses on here. I've got to give you your props on. So let me go ahead and hit the music here. You said all year that if Gonzaga went undefeated, it would be accompanied with a little asterisk. You'd be like, yeah, it's not the same. They don't deserve it. And I think back to, there was a lot of talk about Gonzaga and how maybe this is the year they finally win the national championship. And you look at their performances throughout the NCAA tournament, and it's like, oh, okay, this is the team that can do it. If the game against Baylor had happened when it was supposed to, Gonzaga would have never been a conversation this tournament. We basically would have just been waiting to see if Baylor got back to the national title, and if they got to the national title game, and whether they were going to be crowned against Gonzaga or somebody else.
What I will say about that, because I tend to agree with you, is, and Coach Katz reminded us of this last night, these teams are different in March than they are in November.
Sure.
And December. And, Baylor had some guys that came through the transfer portal, who knew how they were dealing with COVID earlier. So you could make an argument that maybe Gonzaga would have got Baylor earlier this year. I think you're probably wrong, but you can make the argument. But I will say about last night, part of what happened with Baylor is they were thirsty. They were thirsty to get a piece of Gonzaga. They wanted, you talk about all the smoke, they wanted all the Gonzaga smoke last night. Yeah. They could not wait to get their hands on Gonzaga.
Yeah.
And that type of energy and that type of expectations that the country had for Gonzaga, they weren't ready to face what Baylor had going on last night. Baylor, we mentioned it off the air or whatever. I think if they played a 7-game series, I think it might be 4-1 Baylor. I don't think Gonzaga beats them.
There's nothing that leads me to believe it would be 4-1.
I'm going to give Gonzaga one game because of Jalen Suggs.
It'd be 4-0 and one game might be close. It didn't look, there's a line, and I don't remember who, I don't remember the origins of the line. It gets repeated so often from people in different walks of life, but it was like something along the lines of, so-and-so hit me so fast I was punched 4 times before I even knew I was in a fight.
Yeah.
That was Baylor last night. Like, that's what Baylor did to Gonzaga. Baylor was up 9-0 before Gonzaga even knew the game was going on.
Wait, what? What the hell?
They're like, wait a minute. I was on the Rockets' red glare. What just happened? Like, why are we get down 9-0? And I was watching that like, oh, all right. It's going to be, that's what we're looking at here. And you think that, okay, Gonzaga, the one thing they have the ability to do is score. Mm-hmm. And they have the ability to score quickly. The difference is when you're going against the defense like that of Baylor's, you do not. You do not have the ability to do that quickly.
Ramsey asked yesterday when I said Baylor was going to handle Gonzaga rather easily. He said, "Well, what is Baylor going to do with Timmy down low?" And I told him, I said, "He's not getting the ball. Yeah. The guards will not be able to get him the rock like that. This ain't St. Mary's. This ain't BYU. Mm-hmm. They are not going to be able to get the ball to Timmy like that." And that's exactly what it was. That pressure on the perimeter was too much. It was chaotic. They were trapping. They were rotating. They were helping the helper. They were everywhere. It really looked at times like Baylor had 6 or 7 guys on the court, the way they were able to move on the defensive end. And, I mean, they were the best team in the country. I wasn't I like Baylor. I saw them a couple times. I wasn't crazy sold on them. But I forgot who they played in the second round. I'm drawing a blank right now. But they were down a little bit, and they came back with a huge, wave. They came back and won by, double digits. And they did it with their defense. Davion Mitchell, nobody could stay in front of them. And I was like, yeah, this team, they might go. They might have it all. And what surprised me last night in the Final Four is they were able to shoot as well. They're number 1 shooting team in the country. But, I mean, that was no fluke. Like, these guys shoot. They shoot off the catch and shoot. They shoot off the bounce. I mean, they can stroke it. And, Baylor, thanks, Ramsey. Baylor played Wisconsin in the second round, and that got a little sketchy at times. And then they just ran away from them. So that Baylor team, they were something else.
Scott Drew did a fantastic job, and it took me a while. We were well into the season before I realized, man, Scott Drew arrived at that program in 2003, and that program was in shambles.
Oh,
I mean, not the that university was in shambles because of the life and death scandal that was centered on that program when he took over. And I mean, the way in which he took over obviously is an extraordinary story, but I'll repeat this. I didn't misspeak right there. He took over in 2003.
Man, it doesn't feel like it was that long, but
think about that though. This is the program's first national championship, 2003. This is Baylor. It's a pretty big school. Mm-hmm. They have money.
Oh, they got big money.
18 years? Is my math right? 2003? That's 18 years ago?
Yeah.
They hung with him. They let him, he had to completely rehabilitate that basketball program. Damn near, when you have a scandal that big, you have to rehabilitate the whole program.
Right.
Of course, scandal seems to follow Baylor sports programs all over the place as it walked over to the football field a time or two. But what a tremendous story of, this is our guy. We're going to stick with him. We're going to let him do his work. He gets in there. He rebuilds that basketball program into, at least for this year. And I don't know what it's going to look like next year or the year after that, or what it's going to look like for the foreseeable future. But he built what was just a powerful national champion that we saw crowned last night against Gonzaga.
Where that program was, talent-wise, PR-wise, just perception-wise, when he got it. I mean, I think when he took that job, I can imagine, I don't know how it went down, but I can imagine him telling the athletic director, look, I'm going to need 10 years just to get us back to a point where we're not
I'm going to need 10 years just to get to the point where people aren't referencing the young man who killed his teammate. You're going to have to give me some time here.
Yeah, and the coaches covered it up.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like you're gonna to the point where we're not. I need 10 years to make it where we're not.
This isn't a tattoo stench, right? This isn't a student athlete selling autographs. We're talking about life and death here that I have to fix.
Right. So you say, and I'm not exactly sure when they got good. I remember they've been good for a little while.
They've been good for a while.
I can't pinpoint the year, but maybe around that 10-year mark, 2013 is when he kind of got the stench off and started to actually put good guys into the program as far as like basketball players. And then they started to win and they were a good program. And it's like, okay, well, he took us from nothing to here and now we're good. And now probably in the last handful of years, they've been up in the top 2 a number of different times in the last 4 or 5 years. And they got to the point now where it's like, no, we're a championship program here. And they were able to take advantage of the new transfer portal system. And
I love the transfer portal. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite things.
So that
enter the portal
like it's the Jetsons, right?
Pretty much.
So, but that goes into what I wanted to ask you after this, as somebody who maybe isn't as close to it as I am, so I can't maybe see the forest with the trees. Where is college basketball now? There was a lot of people who felt like the game on Saturday with UCLA was it wasn't as mind-numbing as what you talk about with the women's game and Max Kellerman when they're like, now it's arrived. But there's people who are like, yo, this was okay, the tournament. Yes, this is what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But they have this thing with the G League and the NBA doing their thing, one and done. Where do you think college basketball is right now?
That's interesting. That's a good question because it's one, I think the reaction to the Jalen Suggs shot was, and please tell me if you feel differently. I thought up until this weekend, and I had conversations with people about this as well. I thought the men's tournament was dull. I thought the women's tournament was significantly more exciting. Some of it was inconsequential. Like some of the teams that were winning was like, all right, this is a cool moment. And that's generally what the NCAA tournament is like. There's cool moments. I didn't feel like the men's tournament, I didn't feel like that moment was really happening. I know, I feel like UCLA and was it Michigan State?
Michigan State, that was overtime.
That was a fight. Yeah, I remember that being a fight.
That first 4, I think 3 of the 4 games were like close. Really good.
Which we established those aren't those aren't tournament games. Those are playing games. So it was like I couldn't remember outside like the UCLA Baylor the UCLA Michigan State really stuck out, but there was nothing else that like really grabbed me. Like what was the other big moment? Like what are you going to remember from this tournament? And then the UCLA Gonzaga game was so good. It was like, okay, this is going to dominate. I don't know what's going to happen in the national championship, but it's probably not going to be a buzzer beating bank shot 3 at the end by a projected top 5 pick, but It could be pretty good. It could wind up being pretty good. So like, are you about moments? Are you about players, or are you about programs? Because I think depending on how you answer that question depends on which one of those, whether you believe college basketball is in a good place or not. Because what was the talk leading into the tournament, Casey? There's no Kentucky, there's no Cal, there's no Coach K. Hell, Roy Williams retired. There was no Tom Izzo. None of the heritage coaches, none of the Hall of Famers were there. And it's like, okay, does that bother people? Does it bother people that Duke's not there? Does it bother people that Kentucky's not there? Does it bother people that those big personalities aren't there? And for me, it doesn't. It doesn't bother me. I think college basketball is in a fine place. It's never going to be where it was, though. Right. Like where it's at now, it's fine. It's like what we talk about with wrestling. Wrestling's never going to be what it was in 1987 again. It's never going to be what it was in 1997 again. But you can find things that you like, that you enjoy, that you love to watch. That's basketball. Basketball is never going to be where you have, Christian Laettner and Grant Hill and legendary teams full of players that going against Jamal Mashburn and all of these different guys that you're not going to have that anymore because guys are going to be around for 6 months and then they're going to be gone.
Right.
And some of those guys, some of those big names that you'll hear about, they ain't even going to be there.
Right.
They're going to be with the G League.
And
so
I'll let you finish your point, but yeah.
No, that's where the difference lies. Is you're never going to see. I don't believe you're ever going to see a great college basketball team again. You might see a great college basketball program. Kentucky, Coach Cal. That's what Coach Cal does. Mm-hmm. He gets all the, or that's what he used to do. You could get all the one and dones in, and you could build a great program that way. I don't even know if it amounted to titles. I don't remember if Coach Cal even won a championship. But anytime you see him do an interview, what's behind him? The Anthony Davis jersey. You might see DeMarcus Cousins somewhere because I think that was his wife's favorite player. You'll find all of the players who make hundreds of millions of dollars. You'll see their jerseys hanging right behind him anytime he does an interview, because those kids that he's recruiting, they'll see that and go, my jersey, that's going to be me right there.
Right,
I'm going to go see this guy for 6 months, and he's going to get me ready for the lottery.
Right. I think college basketball is in a little bit of a dangerous spot. I think the tournament is always going to be the tournament. The tournament is probably kind of what they're banking on to keep them.
And this year showed that.
Yeah.
Right. Because if you have a season that had general disinterest,
right,
and you still had an exciting tournament that people were tuned into.
They've lost people on the regular season. And I think college football kind of killed that because I say college football because they're kind of the reason for a lot of the realignment. Like a lot of the stuff doesn't make sense anymore. It's like Maryland's in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Right? Like what the hell is that? What is the Big East anymore? Creighton in the Big East? Like it's crazy. So that kind of killed off the regular season. The tournament and all of March Madness, championship week, all that's all March. Yeah. All that is still going to be what it is. And mainly because they've got it to themselves for the most part. Next year, the NBA is going to be going back to their regular, schedule. So they have March to themselves. The thing that worries me is the players. And it was one thing, it's been a progression. It's one thing when you had guys that were there for 3-4 years. That's one thing where these people can know them, get familiar with them, and they'll follow them into the NBA. That's gone. But at the very least, you used to have them for 1 year, like that Memphis team that Coach Cal had with Derrick Rose. Mm-hmm. That was a huge moment. Mm-hmm. Coach Cal's teams with his Kentucky teams have been huge. John Wall, DeMarcus Cousins, that was a famous team. Mm-hmm. Even De'Aaron Fox's team was pretty famous. You're going to start losing that. Zion a couple years ago with Duke. And there's always, because the game needs to be played, because somebody needs to score points, there's always going to be somebody that stands out, right? Like Johnny Juzang, for instance. Like, was he ever can't miss prospect like Jalen Green? No, but now he's known. He's a household name because he played at UCLA and he got buckets for a month straight.
It's funny. I'm trying to think, like you mentioned Zion, like didn't President Obama go to see Zion Williamson play? Yeah. Like, is that ever going to happen again? Yeah. Like, is that ever going to happen again?
That's the dangerous part. I don't know. And I know, like, I compare it to like football because of the physicality of football combined with the rules. It's the perfect situation. Like, if you can think back, remember how famous, I'm talking about how famous a college guy, remember how famous Maurice Claret was during his freshman year.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he was a huge deal. Yeah. And that's when people were like, oh, maybe he can, go to the NFL after his sophomore year. But
unfortunately, he did too much of that noise.
Yeah, and it doesn't work. Like, it never really works for these guys. Yeah. Clowney was one of those guys. I know you remember it as Clowney becoming famous for the Michigan hit. Clowney was
not famous. I argue that Clowney became the number one pick because of that hit.
He was destined to be the number one pick. Like, as a freshman, he was like, yo, he was one of those guys. As a freshman, does he really need to stay 3 years? Like, why can't he go now? He's a man child, things like that. They had Trevor Lawrence is probably one of those guys. You know what I mean? So
Trevor Lawrence been the number one pick for what, 4 years now?
Yeah, right. So the college basketball is going to lose some of that with the G League, and if the G League really gets into it, and I'm not saying we'll get to a point one day where people are tuning into the G League championship as opposed to the national championship. But if they get this thing going the way it looks like they're going with the NBA and the G League, and you got the top 25 guys coming out of high school, and another thing, top 25 is coming out of high school, these guys are famous already in high school. Jalen Green has been relatively famous for, at least in basketball circles.
Yeah.
For like 2-3 years now. Mikey Williams is a sophomore now. He's been famous for like 2 years already as a seventh grader. So I say that to say, when Mikey Williams plays, if he plays for Duke, I'm definitely going to watch him. But if he's playing for the Stockton Kings, I'm tapping in. So if you got all these people going, who would I rather see, the Stockton Kings or Central Michigan? I'm watching the Stockton Kings and Mikey Williams. I want to see what he does against the other top guy in the league. So they got to be careful, man. And I think it's all going to go to them having to pay these guys to kind of stay relevant.
But you're talking about it from the perspective of like a diehard college basketball fan, right? Or maybe not even a diehard college basketball fan, from the perspective of a sports fan.
Mm-hmm.
But think about it, Jennifer in human resources and Tracy in accounting. They don't know who Jalen Suggs is or Jalen Green is. They don't know the difference between the two. They don't even know that there are two Jalens that are going to be top prospects. But They know they were watching a game where a guy hit a shot from far away. The buzzer went off. Everybody went nuts. And they won the pool because of it. They won the money because of it. So as long as like the tournament is going to always carry so much of college basketball.
Absolutely.
And as long as you continue to have tournament moments, which it doesn't matter if it's Jalen Suggs or if it's Tyler Hansborough or it's Tyus Edney. Like, it doesn't matter who it is, whether that person has a 20-year Hall of Fame pro career or they wind up like Adam Morrison and they fizzle out after a couple of years. People they'll remember that moment in the tournament and they'll feel like, I've got to experience this again next year.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as the tournament stays hot, regardless of teams, coaches, or players, as long as the tournament gives people those moments, the casual fan will be around every year. What does that mean for opening? What does that mean for what I can't Midnight Madness? Nothing. Yeah. Like, what does it mean for the Saturday game at noon? Nothing. Right. But I'd argue a lot of that stuff, barring examples here and there, I'd argue it doesn't matter now.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, only me and Ramsey are the ones watching. That's 24 hours of college basketball.
Like, ratings come out the next day and it says 2. It actually has their names, Kenny and Ramsey.
And I'm the only one that decided to watch Howard University instead of Redskins Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day. Like, yeah, that's me. But I agree with you.
It's football
March
team.
Madness, right? Football team. What I say? That's almost like saying the artist that cannot be named that wrote all those Ron.
That's what it is. Yeah,
it's almost like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, as long as the tournament is around, and out here on the West Coast, Thursday at 9 a.m. and bars are open at Thursday at 9 a.m.
That's it.
Brackets are being made.
That's it.
That is what's going to always keep
the bracket
basketball above water.
That bracket is it's the equivalent to fantasy football.
Mm-hmm.
It's what garners casual interest. Like, we think everybody loves football because we see all these people. No, what people love is they love gambling. They love the thrill of that. And while I'm sure most office pools are on the up and up and no money is exchanging there, a lot of people do. They've got it's a good pot here. It's a good pot if you get to the finals. It's a good pot if you wind up winning. We've got a lot of people involved. Like, people love filling out that paper or going to that website and filling out their bracket.
And you know what? We got on them earlier in the year or later in 2020 when Coach K was talking about we have to have the tournament this year. Yeah. We have to have it. Yep. And I got on them. I know that. But I understand his point. Like for that business, that's all they got left. They have to have the tournament.
You said something when we started this, when you were running the show the day the tournament started, and you said something for some reason I hadn't thought about. The NCAA tournament was the only thing that we really lost last year. I mean, besides our sanity, we got the Super Bowl, right? We got that. We didn't lose any Super Bowls. We didn't lose the NBA Finals. We didn't lose the World Series. We didn't lose any of that stuff, but the NCAA tournament wasn't played. They couldn't, and I was critical a bit of Coach K, but I also said if Coach K says he wants it, it's going to happen.
Right.
And it's a fair sentiment on his part in that we can't, not only can we not lose it, we can't lose it again.
Right.
We would have been the only entity to lose something. You know, we were the only entity to lose something once. We certainly can't be the only entity that loses something twice. So Coach K was right in that respect, and it was an exciting conclusion to the basketball season. And there's a couple of pro players that were on the Baylor Bears last night. Would any of them make good Sacramento Kings? We'll talk about that. And I got to take you to task for something you said yesterday about Sam Darnold.
What?
And then I'm going to ruin your day by telling you how close the 49ers were to trading for Sam Darnold. That's all coming up here. Kilo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, dude, what year were you born, Jesse? A little older than I thought. 96, not too old, not too young.
Yeah.
Hey, flame that
Brandon Marshall. Yeah, good call. No, guys, I got it right here. Give me 1 second. Got to switch over the
good call. We did
switch sounds. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. The 2020 Olympics are happening in 2021.
Oh.
You ain't heard? That's fine. That's fair. Hang on. I might not be able to. Oh, wait. There it is. Okay, I got you. Nope, that ain't it. What the hell? Hang on, guys. My Bluetooth acting up. We might have to miss this one, guys. Something's wrong. Something wrong here.
Tweet it out.
Yeah. I really did want to play it because it is funny. I mean, it's not. He's really worked up. I want you guys to hear this really, really bad.
This guy was real upset, man.
He really was. Like, I need to know the full context. Like, fam, what does this got to do with you? Okay, I think I got it. Here it is, y'all. This is Brandon Marshall.
Y'all talking about because y'all talking about the NBA everybody got guaranteed contracts and it's false. They do. Searching this and I'm telling you it's the truth. No, they don't. Not everybody that's on the NBA roster have a guaranteed.
There's two-way contracts. There's two-way contracts,
no, it's not.
And then there's the top dogs. There's the top dog.
No, it's not. There's 4 guys on the NBA team that got guaranteed contracts, and everybody else can be cut today and don't got nothing.
And don't have nan dime.
Look it up. It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed.
So who has a better structure, the NBA or the NFL?
Everything y'all saying is what I'm saying. It's now you finally got the Russell Wilsons of the world finally saying something. Y'all talking about?
Yeah. I need more. Like I don't want to put Roddy's comment on the screen, but if you're in the YouTube chat, like my first concern, like, wow, he seems really worked up over this. I'm confused. He's really passionate.
Context, it's a little scary.
Yeah, he's
like when you put it in that context.
He's really passionate about something that doesn't have a ton to do with him. It's like I love the passion, but I love that he says too. I looked it up. Like, where were you looking? Like, what website was you on?
Somebody was like, "He's wrong, but he's really loud, so he must be right."
Just yell. The more you're wrong, just get angrier about it and start yelling.
That's how that works. Now I was sitting there and I was like, Literally, like he was very passionate about it. So I was like, do I have this wrong? I need to look at this again. Do I have this wrong? And the second I knew that I didn't have this wrong is when Buddy Hield, I knew he was still on the roster. That's how I know them contracts are guaranteed as all hell.
Oh,
because if you could get off of his contract, he'd been gone.
Oh man, true story. But only 4 guys. 4 guys. We in here, baby. Despite the fact the Kings stink, we're having fun. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. You want to connect with the show here on these phone lines? You most definitely can. 916-349-1320. Do you want to get back to the Kings? Want to get to the 49ers as well? Want to ask you a quick question. It was on this day in 1994 that Jim Everett and Jim Rome had their famous little exchange. Now, I'd argue Jim Everett, I think that he said like he regrets it because it gave validity to Jim Rome. Mm. I want to frame it in a different way because he kind of tussled, like he obviously didn't mean any harm. If Jim Everett gets up and punches Jim Rome in the face in that moment in 1994, does Skip Bayless exist? Does the current, well, I don't think Stephen A is one of those guys. He can be. Sometimes I think Stephen A crosses the line a little bit. But does this era of hot take personalities, does it exist if Jim Everett gets up and just beats the crap out of Jim Rome right there on live television?
Yeah, because Rome was getting famous wherever because he said it. I will say this about Rome. He was out of pocket. He was wrong. But he kept that same energy.
He did.
He kept that same energy.
He did.
He said, yeah, Jim Everett, excuse me, Chris Everett is here. He said, you've been saying that a lot. You won't say it to my face. I just did say it to your face. He kept that same energy. Now, I agree with you here. Jim, they tussled a little bit. He didn't really want to.
He didn't want to do. Well, yeah, and I get it. Like he can't. Like it's not. He can't. I mean, Jim Rome is a little dude. He is not a big man.
I've never seen Jim Rome.
He's a small guy. He's very petite. Like he's very. He could shop at the Kids Gap. Like he's a little guy. But like he obviously meant no harm. He was trying to get a point across, but he wasn't trying to hurt him. Yeah. My argument is, if he was trying to hurt him, he would have eliminated a lot of this stuff we see. I think so? He would have. I think so. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely wrong. But if you're dropped by a professional athlete, maybe you think twice about, it's again, there's one thing, like you could be critical of an athlete. And if you were listening to the first hour of this show, we were critical of some professional athletes who wear Sacramento Kings uniforms. But I don't think we crossed the line and called, De'Aaron Deidre Fox or Buddy was Barbara, or, we didn't try to diminish them in any sort of way by referring to them as something outside their name.
That was next level. I don't even think Skip and them have done that.
The truth is, Chris Everett probably could have whipped Jim Rome's ass too. Like that's lost in all of this is the fact that Chris Everett could have whipped Jim Rome's ass. So let's like not get that twisted. Like Chris Everett's a badass.
Yeah,
he would have gotten his ass beat by everybody named Everett.
Yeah, he was. That one was out of pocket. That was out of pocket. And looking back in retrospect, I was too young to really understand what was going on. At the time, I was like 10 or 11. But, yeah, you call that man Chris Everett.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a moment that's circulating around Twitter along with Brandon. Should we play the Brandon Marshall clip like on the – we just played it for the – I don't know what to do with it. Like, I don't know.
We're all about content.
I feel like we can play it, but I don't know how to – like, I don't know what to say about it. It's a clip from the – I Am Athlete podcast, and I guess the context is they're discussing contracts in the NFL and how they're not guaranteed, and it makes its way over to NBA contracts, and they're telling Brandon Marshall that NBA contracts are guaranteed, and apparently Brandon Marshall did some research, and well, it resulted in this.
Y'all talking about because y'all talking about the NBA everybody got guaranteed contracts, and it's false. They do. Searching this, and I'm telling you, it's the truth. No, they don't. Not everybody that's on the NBA roster have a guaranteed.
There's two-way contracts. There's two-way contracts,
no, it's not.
and then there's the top dogs. There's the top dog.
No, it's not. There's 4 guys on the NBA team that got guaranteed contracts, and everybody else can be cut today and don't got nothing.
And don't have nan dime.
Look it up. It's not guaranteed.
By the way, could y'all look this up? Could y'all just take a quick look at this, please?
It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed.
So who has a better structure, the NBA or the NFL?
Everything y'all saying is what I'm saying. It's now you finally got the Russell Wilsons of the world finally saying something.
That's like our 3rd time watching that. I get more confused every time we watch it.
Everything y'all saying is what I'm saying. Huh?
Like what? Like, no, Brandon, that's not what's happening. They're actually saying the exact opposite. They're actually trying to inform you that you were wrong in this regard. Oh man!
Oh man! I'm really debating if I should chop that up and take that clip. Every time we disagree, and I'm just like, everything you saying is what I'm saying.
The Brandon Marshall clip needs to live. I agree. I believe you need to. One of us needs to. It needs to live. It absolutely needs to live. You know, here we are. Yeah, I still haven't replaced this. Hey, we got space on the board. What y'all want to do? We got space on the board. Hopefully we could retire this one next year because we'll have a new coach. But I don't know. I'm not sure.
What, you trying to have a new point guard too? Because as long as you got the point guard, that ain't going nowhere.
Wow, yeah.
But
Ramona Shelburne.
Look, we could probably retire this one.
we clearing out the hotkey bank, folks. Like we're getting rid of all of these, and we'll add Brandon Marshall. Okay, so let's roll with this. Brandon Marshall says only 4 players on NBA teams have guaranteed contracts. So what 4 members of the Sacramento Kings have guaranteed contracts?
Oh, that would be a great. Okay, so it's De'Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
Harrison. Do the rookies count? Because Halliburton.
Can we get Brandon Marshall on the phone? I don't know.
Who else?
I don't know.
As a guaranteed, Rashawn Holmes, is he guaranteed?
Sure,
and probably Marvin. Well, obviously, Buddy is because Buddy's still here. Buddy is definitely.
Buddy got a guaranteed contract with a parking spot that guarantees him a starting position come hell or bad play. Whichever comes first.
For clarification, Jared Dudley, who is he's one of the players who were probably at every NBA PA meeting. Mm-hmm. He knows the system forwards and backwards. He responded and he said on Twitter, and he said, this man can't be serious. 95% of players have guaranteed contracts. Sometimes one person per roster will sign a partial with a later date to either being cut or signed for the remainder of the season.
Hashtag free Metu.
Free Metu. Freeport Metu in the house. Only top elite QBs have similar NBA deals.
And by the way, they're not similar. They're not at all. They're not the same thing. No. Roddy says, Roddy, see? Roddy says Luke Walton is the best coach in the NBA. Look it up. I know what I'm talking about. Signed Brandon Marshall.
Roddy also said, "Oh, okay, my bad."
Oh, that was for the Twitch. We apologize. Bad host. Come on, man. Let's straighten it up. Everybody straighten it up. All right, let's clean it up here. You know what I should have programmed in here is that Seinfeld theme, that iconic little bass drop from Seinfeld, because there it is. Because last night's press conferences turned into an episode of Seinfeld when we're talking about, hey, every once in a while we have some slippage. The Kings have some slippage when they're playing well or when the game goes along, and Yeah, just slippage once in a while. Just from a head coach. Just from the head coach of the Sacramento Kings.
So let me ask you a question, Damian. And you answered one part of it. You were focused on that one part that we didn't get the second part. What would you want him to say? Like realistically, what would you want him to say? Because you know what I think. I think you guys just want Mike Singletary.
You said that before. You said that before that we want the show. That's right. And then what you say? Y'all want the show. You want to be like Mike Singletary, who goes out there and puts out a show and says complete. The only person who makes Brandon Marshall look coherent was Mike Singletary when he stood out there and said, "I'd rather play with 10 guys and get penalized till I had to figure something else out." It was like, no, Mike, you'd have to figure something out after one play. Like, it's not like they're going to penalize you for 60 minutes. They're going to penalize you for one play and tell you to fix the problem.
I forgot about that part.
But let's say details, Mike, details. No big deal. We'll drop that. What I would like Luke to do is to say, hey, we stunk defensively. Again, he doesn't even have to do that. He comes out and he gives if you're just joining us, welcome. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're live on Twitch, YouTube. We're live on the Odyssey app, and we're live here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Now, if you're just tuning in, I mentioned at the beginning of the show, I decided not to. I didn't want to play the sound from Luke Walton yesterday, not because I don't think it just sounds bad. Like somebody's making a smoothie behind him. I think somebody is hanging pictures on the wall. I don't know if they retired a jersey behind him. I don't know what was going on, but it was really loud, and I didn't think the sound would come across very well on the radio. But he sits down and he launches in. It's like clockwork. It's the same thing over and over again. And if he has a script that he goes to when the team plays bad, it's fine. He opens up with, we had moments where he didn't play well, blah, 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 wah. They made shots we didn't. Questions, please. Okay, no problem. Sean Cunningham might have been the first question. Mm-hmm. He takes this ball, he puts it on the tee, and he hands Luke like a cartoon-sized bat. Like there's no way he's going to miss this. He was like, yeah, it looked like the defensive effort from the Kings just really kind of, dwithered away there in the fourth quarter. Like, what did you see that went wrong on the defensive end? And I'm paraphrasing Sean, by the way, in the fourth quarter there. And Luke was like, they made shots we didn't. And it was really just they were executing and we weren't. And you couldn't bring yourself to acknowledge a team that gave up 34 points in the fourth quarter played bad defensively. Like he refuses to acknowledge that this team plays poor defensively. And I don't know if it's because he feels like it's a reflection on him. I don't know if it's because he feels like it's throwing his players under the bus. Maybe it's throwing his coaching staff under the bus. I don't know what his motivation behind it is, but there's never a genuine, like he doesn't even need to do press conferences anymore other than the update. Hey, Marvin's progressing well. He'll join the team soon. Like there's literally no reason for Luke Walton to speak to the media anymore. They could send out press releases. Hey, we signed Metu. Or hey, we're giving Metu a guaranteed contract. He's no longer on the Brandon Marshall partially guaranteed deal. He's one of our 4 guaranteed players, like Brandon Marshall was talking about. You send out a press release for that. He doesn't say anything. What would I have liked him to say? I referenced the Brad Stevens remarks from last week. I don't know what else to do as a coach. Like I've tried to prepare this team. I've done everything I can to get this team ready. We came into this game prepared. We had a game plan. We didn't execute it. I would have been happy if he said we had a game plan for 3 quarters that we executed. And then when the fourth quarter came around, we couldn't do it. Here's what went wrong. We missed our defensive assignments. Here's what went wrong. We let Karl Anthony Towns get going. Here's what went wrong. We allowed D'Angelo Russell to get free. Give us something other than they made shots and we didn't. Well, Luke, why the hell do you think they made shots? If your team is playing defense, don't you put up some resistance to them making shots? But they don't do that, and Luke won't acknowledge it. Even when a great reporter like Sean Cunningham tees him up to just acknowledge, hey, yeah, we didn't play well defensively. Here's what went wrong. All he was trying to get out of him was what went wrong in the fourth quarter, and Luke wouldn't say anything other than they made plays and we didn't. Or excuse me, they made shots and we didn't.
So, and look, Ryan said it earlier. He said, when a team is playing this bad, I want the truth. That's what fans want. And everybody can want what they want. They can whatever floats your boat, whatever satisfies you. I just come from a perspective of asking a couple of questions. Number one, whether Luke says it or not, we all watched the game, right? We all watched it. I don't need Luke's confirmation of what I saw in this particular respect. They didn't defend D'Angelo Russell. They did not play well enough in the fourth quarter.
13 of his 25 were in the fourth quarter for D'Angelo Russell.
He's cooking. King's killer, D'Angelo Russell.
We're naming the team the Sacramento D-Los. The Sacramento Russells or the Sacramento D'Angelo Russells. I don't know, but he owns. Of course, he's in a long line of players who seem to own the Sacramento Kings at this point.
Yeah,
he's gonna have to fight Montrezl Harrell for that honor, I think.
It's like getting a COVID shot. the long line of guys that kill the Kings.
Yeah.
So take a number, D'Angelo. But we all saw that. Number two, if he comes out and he says that, it just doesn't. I don't think it helps the team play any better. That's just me. Maybe it does. But I don't think that it does. And then to compound that, if he comes out and says that and they play better, like I've been saying numerous times, I question them more than Luke. Like people will be like,
sure.
Why? Well, Luke, why didn't you say that a long time ago? Well, I'm sorry. Why the hell should I need to? These are grown men. They shouldn't need that. And then I'll also say, you say what Brad Stevens said. He did that earlier this year. Remember after that Clippers game, we always talk about how he said, I told them what to do, and they weren't ready.
Yeah.
Now, maybe to your point here, Damien, I looked it up real quick. After that Clippers game, they won 7 of their next 8.
Oh, Jesus.
So maybe he does need to do that. Maybe he does need to say, hey, I don't know what else to do. I'm telling them what to do.
Even if the Kings don't play better, even if it doesn't result in 7 of 8, 8 of 9, even if it doesn't result in that, I sure would like to hear Luke because I do believe Luke Walton knows basketball. I would like to hear a breakdown of, from his perspective as the head coach, what went wrong. Not as the simplistic of we let D'Angelo Russell get free. No, but why? How? And maybe that's where it gets dicey because you're calling out players who miss defensive assignments.
Yeah.
But I'd rather hear that at this point. And again, maybe it's not about what I want. It's about protecting his players. But I'd rather hear that than we play down to our competition. You talk about wanting to throw something at a screen. You play down to your like who the hell are you? Y'all talking like you're the Milwaukee Bucks and you got the 2-time MVP on your team and you've been to the playoffs for the last 4 or 5 years or whatever it might be. Y'all talking like the Los Angeles Lakers, like you got, of the 13, 14, 15, 16 banners hanging up at the Golden One Center. Y'all haven't been to the playoffs in a decade and a half. And you're talking about playing down to somebody like somebody is beneath you. I'm sorry. What segment on the jump do the Timberwolves have that mocks them on a regular basis? Oh, they ain't got one. What about the Detroit Pistons? Is there a segment called as the Pistons churn? I don't think so. I don't hear anybody out there going ham on the Cleveland Cavaliers. No, it's the Sacramento Kings. So y'all are playing, and I get De'Aaron Fox and Buddy Hield and Harrison. I know they haven't been on the roster for 15 years, but they know they're carrying this weight. When you're telling the U.S. Olympic Committee, I'm not going to play basketball. I'm not going to the World Championships because we're focusing on breaking the playoff streak. You're inviting the smoke right there. When you tell USA Basketball, one of the most powerful entities in basketball, I'm going to go focus on breaking my team's playoff drought. Cool. Well, you better be prepared for when you say things like, oh, yeah, we're playing down to our competition. You better, if you're prepared to break, that streak, if you're prepared to carry that weight when you're breaking that drought, you better be prepared to carry that weight when you're not breaking it. And when you're using lines like, we play down to our competition. What is that, Kenny? Come on, man.
It's trash. It's absolute trash. Now, I will say this, and I don't know if it's a good thing or anything. I'm just observing what it is. The respect that Luke shows those players, they return it back. They not once take anything off of themselves. Now, whether they respond to that, whether they actually execute, that's a whole nother thing. But when things are going wrong, like right now, earlier in the season, it's not on the culture, man. It's on us. We have to be better. The coach is telling us to do this and that, do some that. We're not executing. No, it's fair for everybody to ask the question, well, why the hell aren't you executing? Like, does there need to be a different voice? Is it too laid back in that locker room? Maybe you shouldn't have somebody that you like there. That's completely fair questions. But when you talk about the dynamic of coaches trusting the players and vice versa, they're, aside from Buddy, I guess, nothing comes out of that locker room. There's no finger pointing. Once again, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know.
I hear you. Your point's valid.
A week ago, it was all good because they were jumping on each other. Look where's Marvin? Marvin's not here because these guys are coming together. They love each other. They really like each other. A week ago, it was all good. Now they need somebody to crack. I'm not even going to use that reference. Now they need somebody to get on their head a little bit.
I got the reference too. Like I knew exactly what you were going to say. Your point is completely valid. I understand everything you're saying, and I do believe that there's value in that. Mm-hmm. But at some point, do you change strategies as if it's not working? It's like one thing that I took away. I've said this before. Unfortunately, I feel like I'm going to say it again. Mm-hmm. When Luke finished, or Luke wasn't even done with the press conference. He had done his open and he'd answered Sean's question. It was the first question. And I looked at that and I go, Luke, and I almost tweeted it, but I didn't because I was tweeting way too much about the Kings last night. But the first thing I thought was Luke Walton is going to coach this team forever. Like, no, there is no, and maybe this is the type of person that Luke Walton is. There isn't even a remote sense of urgency with him. I feel like he's been assured, dude, you're my guy. You are going to coach this team until the end of time. Because he is coaching with no, like, we've got to get better. We've got to do better. I've got to make changes. I've got to figure out what's going on. None of that. We've got to stick together. We've got to stick together. We've got to stay together. And we've got to have no slippage. No slippage.
Now look,
that is the tone of a man who has been told he's gonna play out his entire contract or coach out his entire contract. He's like, damn, I ain't even got to be good next year. Yeah, let's see what happens a couple years from now. I ain't got to worry about it next year. I'm on cruise control.
What's he got? 3 years left?
Keep watching the tape. Yeah, 3 years.
The whole 3 years. To be honest,
he very well might. The way he's coaching, he might have an extension on the table already.
He don't have 3 years left. He got basically 2 years left.
Well, yeah, this one, and he's got two others.
That makes it even more realistic that he might make the contract. To be honest with you, 2 years.
I'm telling you, I think he got an extension coming his way.
that'd be a little crazy. Even as much as I'm a captain, say for Luke, that would be a little crazy, an extension. I get what everybody's saying. I get what everybody wants.
This is for me.
I get what everybody wants, man. I do. I get it. Like it's good to have somebody that will feel the same way that you feel, right? That's what I even want from. I've gotten on De'Aaron Fox about that. You know, De'Aaron just kind of after the game, never too high, never too low. Meanwhile, I'm at home, Casa de Caraway, throwing stuff, right? You want these guys
Caraway compound. That's what it is.
You want these guys to be just as upset as you outwardly. They may be just upset inwardly. They're just not going to show it in front of these cameras. They're not going to do it that way. So I get it. I understand. I just look at it basically more from a standpoint of all that doesn't matter if you're not executing on the court. You know what I'm saying? Like Luke could fire into these guys last night. And if they don't execute on Thursday, it's for what?
See, I'm looking at Roddy here on the YouTube chat. Roddy says, remember Rick Adelman screaming and yelling at his players? Yeah, me neither. We don't need a circus act on the sidelines. That's not what I'm calling for. I'm not asking for someone to throw tantrums, for someone's, face to get red, for somebody to throw things around, for someone to break clipboards or throw stuff on the ground. That's not what I'm talking about. All I'm asking for is accountability. That's all I'm asking for. Accountability. Because if your team, if the two leaders of your team both can come to the press conference and say, we play down to our competition, there's a bigger issue here at hand. And it's either an issue with the competitive drive of De'Aaron Fox, the competitive drive of Harrison Barnes, or the ability of Luke Walton to lead these guys. Or it's a collective. I've said this to you before. I think you take on the personality, and this happened, for better or worse. Like, I think it happened oftentimes with DeMarcus Cousins. Mm-hmm. As talented as DeMarcus was, he had, the boo-boo face. Mm-hmm. And you would regularly see guys like, how did Rudy Gay have a boo-boo face? Rudy Gay's the nicest guy on the planet. When he was with the Sacramento Kings, he had a boo-boo face. The Kings constantly had the boo-boo face. Why? Because you take on the personality of your best player, in my opinion. De'Aaron Fox, he has that laid-back mentality. Maybe that's what the Sacramento Kings have taken on, the laid-back personality of De'Aaron Fox.
I think you hit on it.
And it coincides perfectly with Luke Walton, because that's what he is. We'll talk more about this. We need to figure out what the Sacramento Kings are going to do next. And, oh, by the way, as bad as last night sucked, the conversation about the playing game is still very much alive and well. We'll explain why as D'Lo and KC continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on Odyssey, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station. And we got some news coming out of Brooklyn I think you'll be interested in hearing.
Uh-oh.
And some coming out of Seattle.
What?
That's all on the way here as D'Lo and KC continue here on ESPN 1320.
So does anybody know what the hell Bally Sports is and why they've inserted themselves into sports programming? Bally's, from what I know, Bally's was like a workout facility.
Run out real quick.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too.
So there's really only one thing that bothers me is they have their scores, especially for baseball, I think basketball too, on the bottom of the screen. And like when you watch highlights, it's completely covered by ESPN's bottom line or Fox Sports' bottom line. So I'm watching highlights. I don't know what the hell the score is when somebody hits a 3-run home run. I don't know what the hell the score is when somebody hits a three-pointer. I have no idea. They need to fix this like now. Just put the box in the top left-hand corner and stop trying to be all fancy. You're ruining it for the highlights. Bally Sports. Trash. Fox Sports, take it back. Garbage. It's garbage. Get rid of it. Oh, man. While Damien's gone, anybody want to talk boxing? Ring Magazine came up with their pound-for-pound list. No Jermell Charlo, no Tank Davis, no Jamal Charlo on that list. They had Errol Spence at like 5 behind Usyk. That's why I really hate the boxing media. I really do.
Baby.
He's this cruiserweight that moved up to heavyweight. He's solid, but he ain't fought nobody. If he tried to go up to heavyweight and fight Joshua or Fury or Wilder, he gets knocked out. He almost got knocked out by some bum a couple months ago. Yeah, that's where
Booyaka, booyaka.
Cruiserweights are too small for heavyweights and too big for light heavyweights.
We haven't touched on this yet. We will either do it in the 3:00 hour tomorrow, depending on where the conversation goes. But yeah, we'll get to it. Definitely will.
Oh boy. The Nat knows. I wonder if they raised the flag today. They got to play.
Oh, did they play?
Yeah.
Are they playing the Mets, or did they just move on to their next series altogether?
They moved on. They're playing the Braves.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, yeah.
Do you have his number? I have it. Yeah, I have it. I think I have it. I've texted him before.
Anybody on here play MLB The Show? MLB The Show is almost my favorite game. 2K and Madden, they've gotten a little wonky, man. They've gotten a little crazy. I love The Show. I don't have the new one yet. I mean, nobody does. It's like comes out in 2 weeks, but yeah.
Oh, my bad.
D-Lo and Casey continues on ESPN 1320.
All right, a couple of notes here as we roll along. Kevin Durant is probable to play Wednesday against New Orleans.
Okay.
It would be Durant's first game since February 13th. James Harden underwent an MRI that revealed a right hamstring strain, the Nets say. He will be reevaluated in 10 days.
Oh, my gosh.
For those who may have forgotten, Kevin Durant missed the last 2 months because of a hamstring strain.
Oh, boy.
First order of business, Steve Nash, fire the athletic trainer in Brooklyn. Find you a different athletic trainer that can get them hamstrings loose and moving. Dude, my hamstrings are shacked up, bro. They're all bad. Like, stretching is a bad look for your boy right now.
Man, I feel you. I got back on the Peloton for the first time in a couple weeks.
Hey,
right now I'm doing right now. I don't need air horns yet because all I did is I'm taking a slow move into it. Right now I'm just doing the resistance bands workout. So I get on the bike, then I do the resistance band workout. You know, I'm trying to ease my way into it, maybe changing up my whole thing because I'm not trying to get, swole and buff. My whole thing has always been, I just want to be boxer body type. You know what I'm saying? Like how they're
lean and cut.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
You a skinny dude. You should be able to cut easily. It's chunky dudes like me that have a hard time getting.
I still find it hard to believe, Damien. I really do.
Dude, I'm a thick dude by nature and work really, really hard to stay lean, man. Like I told you, man, I smell pizza and it's like, well, better go for a run because I mentioned there was news out of Brooklyn, which you just got. I mentioned that there was news out of Seattle.
Okay.
Russell Wilson has told teammates he's going to be there next year, and he's here to stay. According to
Go Hawks.
Well, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. That's what Carlos Dunlap said. Yeah, he said Russell Wilson assured him he ain't going nowhere. He's not going to be traded.
Okay. All right, bring it on, Russ.
This year he's not. I don't even know if that helps them.
Monday Night Football. Russell Wilson and the Seahawks. Mac Jones and the 49ers. Sounds like a beatdown. Just saying it sounds like a beatdown.
That sounds like WrestleMania, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels versus the Brooklyn Brawler.
It's Shawn Michaels versus Brad Bradford.
It's the Red Rooster. Man. 49er fans, dude, like y'all should hear Danny in San Francisco and KC in Sacramento get on and start talking about this upcoming NFL draft, which, by the way, is 3 freaking weeks away. We're doing an 8-hour draft show. And these two are already all fired up because they know. Field Yates tweeted it today. There's way too much noise to ignore. It looks like it's Trevor Lawrence at number 1 It's Zach Wilson at number 2, and it is Mac Jones at number 3. The question now is, are the Atlanta Hawks going to move out of number 4?
Falcons.
The reports that the Hawks, if the Hawks move out of 4, that'd be wild. But if the Falcons move out, that could open up, and it likely would open up the likelihood of 4 straight quarterbacks being taken. And then you've got the situation with the Cincinnati Bengals. They're obviously not taking a quarterback. Do they move out, and do we see the so-called big 5 quarterbacks go as the first 5 picks of the NFL draft?
I think
Mac Jones is going at number 3, partner. I know nothing I said mattered other than Mac Jones is going at number 3.
I mean, look, he's going to be the quarterback. We'll see what happens with him when he plays. I still think Jimmy will be there for a year. We'll see what happens.
So
we'll see what happens.
Let me ask you this.
Shanahan needs to get that Truly app ready, though.
What app is that?
Truly.
Oh, the home app.
Yep.
Okay.
Get it ready. Forever, if you want to move back to Austin, Texas, or wherever you want to move, get it ready. Start looking.
You said yesterday that the Sam Darnold trade to Carolina was a non-story. Like, who cares? Sam Darnold, he stinks. He stinks.
Did I say
he stinks?
I said he stinks. Did I say he stinks?
I think you go.
I apologize to Sam Darnold.
I might be paraphrasing. Maybe you didn't say he stinks.
It sounds like something I would say, but if I did, I apologize, Sam Darnold. That's a little harsh.
Are we even talking about this? He stinks. It's not even a good. What does it even matter? It's Sam Darnold. And I think it's interesting for a number of reasons. One, I think we need to point out a lot of reports have said the 49ers were close to trading for Sam Darnold.
There goes our fearless leader again.
So I feel like I should point that out. But let me, because you mentioned Jimmy Garoppolo there, and that's kind of what got my attention. Would Teddy Bridgewater, like, if you could make a deal for, and let's not go extreme and say they can get a first-round pick, but let's say they can get a second-round pick. Let's say they could get it this year. You could make a deal. And let's hypothetically, you send him right back to New England. Everybody's happy. He goes back to Bill. Bill's happy. Maybe he sends you 2 just as a thanks for taking care of him. Not that they really took care of him, but let's just play along here. You get 2 second-rounders back. All right, cool. Could you see a situation like, would Teddy Bridgewater be a viable, no pun intended here, like bridge quarterback in this situation? He's a little bit cheaper. You get draft picks in return for Jimmy Garoppolo. You know that he's not going to be your guy moving forward anyways. So he could be the quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. And he's been given permission, by the way, for the Carolina Panthers to go out there and try to find a deal.
I'm not sure. I need to check with the council. Can I save this? Can I have this opinion?
You oh no. I know. No.
Can I say what I want to say?
You might want to check with the council. I would be very, very careful with what you're about to say. I'd be very, very careful. Because who needs the man when you got Kenny Caraway here? But go ahead. I know where it's going. Go ahead.
I mean, let's just say I don't have any Teddy Bridgewater jerseys. I don't have no jerseys. Never thought about getting. I thought about getting some of Deshaun Watson. I thought about getting a Lamar Jackson one. Never thought about getting a Bridgewater one. Yeah. Not crazy about them.
Yeah, I get it.
But to your point, to your scenario, for the year, maybe year and a half. I don't know.
Might not even be a full year, bro.
Yeah, might not even be a full year. I mean, sure. That
are the 49ers
Teddy Bridgewater would be right there, a bridge type of quarterback.
Are the 49ers a team in transition? They were in the Super Bowl a year ago, but they feel like when the offseason started, it didn't feel like this team was in disarray at all. Like, it didn't feel like a disaster. It didn't feel like we thought, hey, you handled all of your business during free agency, which the most important part of your free agency was keeping the guys on your roster, namely Trent Williams. Your next order of business, of course, is going to be Fred Warner. But then there was at least publicly, obviously you'd had these conversations privately. There was a turn publicly where all of a sudden it was like, oh, we just moved up to the number 3 pick in the draft. Okay, we're going for it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, wait a minute. What the hell are we going for? Like, we've got a win right now roster. Like, what are we going for? Who's the win right now quarterback? Oh, Trevor Lawrence. We ain't trade to number 1.
All right.
Was it Justin Fields? Doesn't appear to be. Oh, Trey Lance is a bit of a mystery. Okay, you keep Jimmy Garoppolo around. Nope, ain't him either. Oh, dear God, it's Mac Jones. Okay, everybody hates Alabama quarterbacks like that. That's fine. But it didn't feel that doesn't fit. Like, when you look at the roster in its totality and then you look at the quarterback position, they don't fit. Because we thought headed into the year, not knowing what the 49ers were going to do with that position, not knowing what the 49ers were going to do with that draft position, what they were going to do with the number 12 spot. You would convince me Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the quarterback. They're going to try to run this back with everybody healthy and see what happens. From what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have said, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Right.
They're just going to have their new quarterback waiting for them. But suddenly it feels like this year almost is like it's just a wash. Like it's like it doesn't matter. Whatever happens. Essentially, like what happens this year doesn't matter because you're moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo. Even if Jimmy Garoppolo wins you a Super Bowl, you're moving on from him, which to me is insane. But if that's not the plan, you really screwed up, and those two should be fired anyways.
They're on their way out with this situation, but this situation is like a last dance type of deal. Like, all right, Jimmy, this is your last dance. Get your resume up here for your next team, and let's try and win a Super Bowl. And that's kind of what it is.
There's going to be an 8-hour documentary on this.
There might be. If I get a hold of them, there'll be an 8-hour doc. This is up there with Reinsdorf, a Reinsdorf decision by Kyle Shanahan. Yeah, but this is it. It's the last dance. Then they'll hand off this team, which I don't think they're in transition in the sense of the leader of the team or quarterback and things of that nature. But the roster, I think they're still prime. And if you would have told me, Damian, no trading up, don't even draft a quarterback, they're coming back and they're running it back with Jimmy Garoppolo, I still think they would have an opportunity to play for a Super Bowl if Jimmy stays healthy. That's always the question. You told me Jimmy played for 16 games, I'd be like, they'd have a real shot of playing for the Super Bowl. So okay. I don't see much changing because of this draft. It might be weird dynamic for somebody like Jimmy, but I don't see much changing. They're still trying to make a Super Bowl.
You essentially, if you're Jimmy Garoppolo, like basically what the team just did is they told you they don't believe in you.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially they're banking on you failing. Right? Because I know Alex Smith was really successful his final year, and we're using the most extreme example possible.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Smith was really successful his final year. He had his best year as a professional quarterback, but the Kansas City Chiefs said, this young man right here is the future of our franchise. Little did we know at the time, he was the future of that position.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. You moved on from him no matter what. And if that's the blueprint, which, I think Kyle acknowledged, that's a model, an ideal situation. Sure, you want to do that. We don't know that that's what we're going to be able to do, but you could do that. But when you give away 2 first-round draft picks in the upcoming drafts, like you're banking on the guy under center to fail. You're banking on not winning the Super Bowl. Like, it's one thing, like even if I'm Trent Williams and George Kittle, like I've got questions. Like, what exactly do you think is going to happen this year? Because the first question I'd ask John Lynch if I'm Trent Williams, or I'd ask Kyle Shanahan, because I think we all believe he's the one in charge of this. If I'm Trent Williams or I'm George Kittle or I'm one of those guys, I'm calling like, yo, what is your plan? Like, what do you think is going to happen this year? What is your plan for us? Oh, you want to go to the Super Bowl? Okay, let's go with that. Hypothetically, we go to the Super Bowl. Jimmy Garoppolo leads us. Then what are you going to do? Are you getting rid of him? Are you letting him walk? Because you just drafted his replacement, At number 3, not only did you draft his replacement, but you got rid of our first round pick next year and the year after, and for how, so a third round pick or whatever it was.
A couple things here. Number one, I don't think they're betting on Jimmy failing next year per se. They're saying in the future, moving forward. So yeah, you're good enough this year, but we don't think you'll be good enough 3 years down the road. So I think that's the way you look at it. Number two, being in Jimmy Garoppolo's shoes, trust me, I understand. And I'm just talking about life experiences, not anything here. I'm happy. Everything is awesome. But I've been in situations where you feel disrespected or somebody isn't necessarily showing a belief in you or doing things the way you would want your employer to do. And then they come to you and say, oh yeah, but we're going to need you to do this. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I can't relate to that at all. I have no clue what you're talking about.
I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm glad you asked me that. Will it get done? That's a whole different question. But hey, all you can do is ask, right? That's all you can do. So I understand that aspect. And then I also think that these guys, the Kittles, the Trent Williams, they also understand the economics of it all. And they're like, Jimmy's making a lot of money. He's making a lot of money. And you got, well, I just got paid if I'm George Kittle. I just got paid if I'm Trent Williams. We want to keep Fred Warner around. And we want to keep Jimmy. We want to keep all these guys. But it's just not possible the way the NFL is constructed. So somebody's got to go. And in this case, it's going to be Jimmy.
That's the unique part about the National Football League that you just mentioned, the way the league is structured, the way that the salary cap is structured. Is there, because of the way quarterback contracts have blown up, you have the richest of the rich and then the Marcus Mariotas. You have the richest of the rich, then you have like the Jameis Winstons and like the guys fighting to get back on rosters or fighting to get their next slot, like what Ryan Tannehill was when he went to Tennessee. Ryan Tannehill got to Tennessee, proved it, and what did he become? He became a rich quarterback. No one ever signs like you either sign $130 million to be the quarterback, a starting quarterback of a team, or you're a draft pick. You're a young player. Like there's no, we signed this quarterback for $60 million. We paid this guy like a middle of the tier quarterback. Nope. If you're a starting quarterback, you're getting paid like a starting quarterback. You're getting paid like a really, really good starting quarterback, because if you can even come close to winning that team football games, they need to keep you, in the roster for as long as possible. But if you're on the outskirts of that, it's like, no, we're moving on. We're getting a draft pick.
Which is so crazy. Like, I really feel like...
And that's what Jimmy Garoppolo is.
Yeah, it shouldn't be an all or nothing type of situation. Like, that's so baffling to me. And I feel like, and I don't know, hell, the CBA has already been signed for the next, I don't know how many years.
Decade.
But that needs to be fixed. Like, that should not be how it goes, where number one, a quarterback is either all or nothing. There's no middle ground. And then number two, that they count that much against the cap. Like, that's, I don't know. I don't have the answers to the CBA question, but that just seems off to me. That seems like it's way disproportionate to how things should go.
Well, it's why so many teams attempt to diminish the pay of other positions. Like we've seen the pay in running backs drop. We've seen the pay in wide receivers drop. And I'm not going to scream collusion, but teams they've got to collectively figure out a way, like, how can we fit good players under the salary cap and still retain our quarterbacks? And the only way to do it is you started to hear this. I don't remember when this conversation started. I feel like it was relatively recently, but I can't, like within the last few years, but I can't pinpoint the moment where people started to look around, analysts started to look around and go, if you don't have that young star quarterback, if you're not able to win within the first couple of years that you have them within that first 4-year window, you might not win at all, because now you get in a situation where you've got to you've got to pay them, you've got to give them their extension.
Right.
And once you give them their extension, that takes away money from the tackles. That takes away money from the edge rushers. That takes away money from the secondaries and the running backs and the wide receivers and all of these other positions. And you keep losing, and it diminishes the overall talent of your team. And it's just a unique thing about the NFL. You look around the league and you can see that to be true for a number of teams.
That's crazy. So essentially what you're going to get is you just keep going until, like you mentioned earlier, you either have a guy that's considered a top 5, top 7 quarterback, or you just cut him and you move on from him.
Well, look at the situation with Darnold. Like I understand that Sam Darnold isn't, I understand that Sam Darnold hasn't showed himself to be very good, but I also look at him like, okay, he was the stats say, let me rephrase this so I don't lose every ounce of credibility I may ever have. I understand that Sam Darnold may be bad, but I'm going to tie Adam Gase into that. And I'm going to say, I'm fine with giving him a look. If I'm Carolina, I don't necessarily agree with cutting Teddy Bridgewater, or they didn't cut Teddy Bridgewater. I'm sorry. I don't necessarily agree with replacing Teddy Bridgewater right out the gate, but I'm fine with the team giving Sam Darnold a shot, especially with 2 inexpensive years left on his rookie deal. Like I'm good with that. But Sam Darnold is more attractive right now. If Derek Carr got cut today, Sam Darnold is a more attractive option just because of what he cost. Derek Carr would have to sign for nothing in order to show like, hey, look, I can go out there and play quarterback. Like I can go out there and do something. I could still be good.
Which is so. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just like looking at this logic of the NFL. Derek Carr is, and like I said, if I said he stinks yesterday, apologize.
To Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold.
No,
Yeah.
If I said Sam Darnold stinks yesterday, apologize to that man. Sorry to that man, as Kiki Palmer would say. Don't mean to disrespect him, but I do think Derek Carr is a better quarterback.
I mean, his stats say he stinks. You're right though. But again, it's that weird thing with if Derek Carr, and I have no idea what the numbers are. I'm making everything I'm saying up. If Derek Carr were cut, and in order to pick him up, you had to pick up his $26 million contract. Derek Carr, exceptionally better quarterback than Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
but the mathematics of it all say a team would rather pick up Sam Darnold in this situation than Derek Carr.
Wow. So what are we doing? If we're the Carolina Panthers, like, we're not going to go after the guy that is better because of his contract. Yeah, I'm not disputing anything you're saying. Just saying that's just
that's crazy. Not the Carolina Panthers. That's the league.
Right. That's just a crazy way this is set up.
What was it? Golf Stafford. That worked because it was money for money. That worked. It worked the way that it did because it was money for money. Here's something I want you to hear. This is Nick Saban, the bundle of excitement he is. He joined the Dan Patrick Show this morning, and he was asked about conversations with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch at Mac Jones' Pro Day.
He didn't ask me a thing. I said hi to him. John Lynch too. They did not ask me a thing about him. They didn't ask me a thing.
Wow.
Maybe they thought they weren't allowed to because, out there on the pro day floor, which is where I saw them. Yeah. I think that they I don't know all their rules, but I think their rule is they're not really allowed to talk to me. So I stood by Belichick. We didn't talk, but I don't know what their rules are, and I don't know what the reason for some of their rules are. But
so just a couple of notes there. I've heard Nick Saban on the Dan Patrick Show a lot. Nick Saban was awake. Those who are wondering, like I promise, he was wide awake there in that conversation. And there's something about the visual of Nick Saban and Bill Belichick standing next to each other and just not talking that amuses me. Now, he tried to preface why Kyle Shanahan may not have talked to him about Mac Jones, which I don't understand. I appreciate, Nick Saban trying to bail those two out, but it doesn't add up. Like, that doesn't really make sense to me. Like, why wouldn't you be able to talk? It's a pro day.
Right.
The whole point. This is what the whole point is. Like, why wouldn't they be able to talk to you? But I I found that clip interesting.
Yeah, I look at that, and like I said, it was a little tongue in cheek. I take what he said there. I take what I read about the assistants not knowing what Kyle Shanahan's going to do, and I hate to keep harping on this. I feel like he don't want nobody to talk some sense into him. He's like, this is what I want to do. This is what I'm going to do. To hell with everything and everybody else. You can't change me. You can't talk me out of it. I'm going. I'm
trying to envision Kyle Shanahan like walking around, 149er way or whatever the address is.
It's 49 Centennial Way.
He's walking past his assistant coaches. Hey, coach, can I talk to you? La 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 la. No, I gotta go to a meeting. I'll talk to you later. And he's just got his ears covered up and he's speeding past everybody. No, we want to talk about this Mac Jones thing. No, I can't hear you. I gotta go. Or he's just walking around with like Beats headphones over his head all day. He's just tuning everything out, listening to Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Everybody, I'm the man. That's what he's doing at 49 Centennial Way.
There it is.
He don't want nobody to talk no sense into him.
Unbelievable, man. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more. We'll talk about the 49ers. We'll talk about the Sacramento Kings as well. We're trying to fix everything here in Northern California sports in one fell swoop. So we've laid out what might be next for the San Francisco 49ers. What about what's next for the Sacramento Kings? We've got that coming up here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh boy, just too damn smart for his own good. Ramsey, I just said that, okay? 49. Ramsey's the Kyle Shanahan of listeners.
He's probably getting on me for me saying 149. I didn't know what it was.
Nah, Ramsey's my guy. He helps us. Hell, he helps us with the show.
Somebody's address is one something way. I don't know why. I don't know what it is though. It'll come.
I remember that too. It's one. Damn. It's in my head too. Let me step out real quick.
Yeah. Y'all on that thumbs up? Woo! Y'all on that thumbs up? I see. Oh, and some new subscribers. Okay. If you're just jumping in here on the YouTube stream, please hit the thumbs up there. We appreciate it. Let's see if we can get to 70 today. Let's get to 70, man. And we've got new subscribers, man. That's a big boost. Not Friday. What day was yesterday, y'all? Monday was a little slow here on YouTube. We appreciate y'all being in here. 3 people watching on Twitter. Welcome to you 3 people watching on Twitter. Cheers. I remember Apple has that, but there's a that's terrible. That's accurate, but that's terrible. Terrible. Is that the address for the new building? The big giant building down there? Oh yeah, get to 70. Let's go. 3 more thumbs up if y'all new in there. Let's go. All right, man. What do we got coming up? I think I said this to y'all a minute ago. I don't know if we're going to do the 25. We're going to reach out to Bobby Marks, see if he wants to come hang out with us tomorrow. But we might do the 20, that list of 25 under players. We might do that tomorrow. Kind of depends on how this 3:00 hour goes. There's some good stuff there. I mean, good stuff in terms of good stuff to talk about. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Let's try 120. Let's try 120 or 150, 220, 250. Let's try those. Yeah. Oh, some people were mad at this list. I don't know. I don't know that I'm going to go 25. I don't know. I'm going to analyze all 25 of them, but we've got this. Wait, is there an update? I didn't get the update. Is there one, Ramsey? Do we got an update on this? Because I don't have it. I do not have it, but we were that I'll bring that up right here. We should mention. I don't know if you can hear me, KC. We should mention the Giants.
The Gigantes. I love saying Gigantes.
Elegante.
Ooh.
Dude, I was goofing around on the WWE network and went to, the Giant Gonzalez versus The Undertaker at WrestleMania 8 was really bad.
Oh,
like, it was extraordinarily awful. Oh, the day oh man, I remember. Oof. When Brock beat him, my goodness. Friendly reminder that coming up this Friday at 4:00 p.m. exclusively on our live stream feeds of twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We'll have our WrestleMania preview.
Yes, sir.
It's really, we're just going to sit around and talk about wrestling for a while. I have no idea how long, but it's the biggest week of the year for wrestling fans. I think the Hall of Fame is tonight, actually, on Peacock.
That's what I heard. Who did I see? Who was? Oh, I saw Charlie, who's no longer with the WWE and full time with ESPN. She was talking about it was Hall of Fame Day.
Yeah, they recorded it already. Like, it's already been done, and it's like heavily edited. So thank God there's no like 40-minute Goldberg speeches. They're all like 5-6 minute videos.
Who's going in again today?
Bischoff? Oh man, yeah, Eric Bischoff's going in. The NWO is going in.
Oh,
I think like Molly Holly is going in.
I remember you did tell me that. My goodness.
There's a handful of others that are. I think the British Bulldog, Davey Boy Smith, is going in. So there's a couple. Yeah, there's a couple. That's on Peacock tonight. But yeah, that'll be coming up on Friday on Twitch, on YouTube at 4:00 immediately following the show. We will have our WrestleMania preview show. So we'll hope
somebody said the Bella Twins is coming in.
Okay, Bella Twins. Jesse says RVD. That sounds right. I think
it's a nice little class.
Pretty much everybody. Everybody's going into the Hall of Fame except for China, because I guess she's only allowed in as part of DX. But they put her as like
that's odd that she's not in on her own.
It's not odd. Like, it's very predictable. She's like, one, she's passed away, and they don't like putting too many wrestlers in who have passed away. Two, she has a rather complicated history with their current. I don't even know what his actual title is, but
what is his actual title?
It's executive. It's something. It's a big title.
He's like the Mac Jones of WWE. He'll be the starting. He'll be the starting guy next.
Oh, that yeah. Do you think? Oh, Hunter's not Mac Jones. You think?
I am not talent wise. I'm saying he's the guy in waiting.
He's the guy in waiting. Yeah, I believe that is accurate. Him and his wife. They've always said that it's not going to be one person. It's going to be a whole bunch of us. Or no one person can replace Vincent McMahon. Vincent Kennedy McMahon. So that's coming up on Friday. We will have some fun with that. As we're solving all of the problems of Northern California sports. We'll get back to the Sacramento Kings here coming up in just 1 second. I don't want this to pass. I actually watched a little bit of the Giants game last night.
Okay.
But all it's bad. This is the second time this has happened. What did I say to you? Who's going to be the guy who pulled me into baseball this year? Who's going to be the guy who's, you know what? This guy's got me. He's got I'm interested. He's a star. I believe he's a star. I'm gonna lock in, and I'm gonna pay attention to what he's doing this year. Fernando Tatis swung the bat so damn hard he he had it's called a shoulder subluxation. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, dude. The Padres manager was like, yeah, this isn't even the first time it's happened, but it's the worst pain that he's seen him in. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means for Fernando Tatis, but that's my dude, and I'm angry about this because this happened before a couple of years ago with Shohei Ohtani. I was super pumped to watch Shohei Ohtani.
You're a big Ohtani guy?
I was. I bought the hype. Like I was, but then he got hurt, and it was like, well, okay, I don't care anymore.
See, that's the problem. And first of all, get well soon, Fernando Tatis Jr.
Yes. First of all,
MLB The Show.
Second of all, the Giants won.
Shout out to the Giants.
I do want to mention that.
Let me just go ahead and
only Northern California team earning air horns.
Yeah, especially in baseball because it's ugly on the other side of the bay. But yeah, man, like I would be worried about swinging ever again if this has happened before.
Yeah, and
now it's happening again. I saw it happen. I didn't see it live, but I got caught up after my TV spot.
There he is. TV's Kenny Caraway.
I got caught up and I saw, the injury, and that looked bad. I thought it was something in the abdomen first, and then they thought it might be the wrist, and then Kruko was like shoulder. And it's gonna be. I don't know how that one's gonna work out. Hope he gets well really soon, though.
I do, man. He's a star, and I that it looked bad. Whenever you see someone go down that quickly, that deliberately, it's not like he crumbled, like, oh, something's wrong.
Yeah.
He swung and he's like, and he went, he was shot and he went down.
Oof. So with that, Giants got the win. They're
2-2, right?
2-2 right now. Yeah,
okay.
Man. 2-2.
Okay.
Let me ask you a serious question about the Giants.
Okay.
Do you think that this possibly could give them a little angle into wild card contention with Tatis being down?
Dude, you can't be serious.
Just asking the questions. That's all I'm doing.
They're 2-2. Like there's 158 more games.
So, I will say this about the Giants. They're not horrible. They're not terrible. They actually hit the ball fairly well. Like they can hit. Their issue is their bullpen is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And they have like maybe a starter and a half, maybe 2.5 starters. That's kind of their issue. They're not a terrible team, though. Like I'm looking at the situation.
They've grown from the worst loss of the season.
There will not be a worse loss this year than what happened on opening day.
Okay.
That ain't happening.
Okay.
There will not be a worse loss. They were up 6-1 in the 8th.
I recall. I know.
So there won't be a worse loss.
But we're talking about wild card now with 158 games left.
Well, only because the Padres won't be there.
158 games.
Let me run that back. I'm not saying they won't be there, but the Padres lost their best player, and that may bring them back down to earth a little bit.
You might not even be going that long.
Maybe not. Hopefully not.
All right. Okay. So just be clear. You want me to give a prediction on the San Francisco Giants wild card chances? That's what you want me to do right now?
Giants wild card favorites now. Your thought?
Okay. We're moving on. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He is Television's Kenny Caraway.
Hey,
I'm Damian Barling. Thanks for hanging out with us on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and here on 1320 AM. We appreciate it so much. A college basketball season concluded with the Baylor Bears winning their first championship in program history. I mentioned, and I don't recall if I asked you this. Did Gonzaga benefit from the nature of this season? Yeah, I hate calling it the COVID season. That's sort of what it was, because of the restrictions on it. We talked about if this game with Baylor and Gonzaga had been played months ago, because I felt like there was a lot of talk about Gonzaga being the first team to to run the table. They're national champions. It hasn't been done since Indiana. It's this big deal. It was a storyline, and understandably, you got to find storylines and kind of latch onto them, especially with the way the season has gone, especially with the way the tournament had gone. Like, it's a good season. There's no Coach K, no Coach Cal, no Zion type player that we're talking about. Like, let's have a story. But watching what Baylor did to them last night, if these two teams had played months ago, would Gonzaga even been on the radar heading into this tournament?
Yeah, they would have been on the radar. Well, they would have been on the radar simply because they would have been like something like 30-1 or something like that. And their conference is their conference. Now, I think they would have gone undefeated in their conference, in the West Coast Conference. I love the West Coast Conference. I think they would have gone undefeated. But one of my arguments for if they were to have an undefeated season would be sometimes those league games where you got to go on the road and you're the big dog like Gonzaga is, and everybody, all the students have camped out for 3 days trying to get the tickets to that game, and they're just raucous and everything else like that. One of those may come back and get you one of the times in the season, and they never had to deal with that. And you can make the argument that they weren't prepared for something like Baylor because of that. But I mean, there's not a lot of teams that are better than Gonzaga this year. And when I said that, I didn't think they were going to win the national championship, or, I thought that, they hadn't played anybody, or the season shouldn't carry the same weight as Indiana and what they did 40 years ago or whatever. That's not to say that Gonzaga is frauds and they aren't good. They're like a top 5 team in the country, hands down. You know what I mean? But they just weren't as good as Baylor, and they're not as good as Baylor.
I mean, Baylor had a game plan last night, and they executed it to perfection. Like, it was flawless. It didn't feel like there was a single down moment for Baylor last night. It felt like they were in a groove from start to finish. What's funny though is Baylor, their team is going to look a lot different. Jared Butler is a guy that you have heard about a lot the last couple of weeks. Davion Mitchell, same thing. These are projected first-round picks in the upcoming NBA draft. Scott Drew could lose 4 of his 5 starters. Like, I'm looking at the way too early rankings for next year.
Michigan got to be number 1,
and that's adorable. Michigan is not. Baylor is all the way down at 11. Gonzaga's number 1. Gonzaga, again, way too early. UCLA, Ohio State's at 4. I'm just looking to see how far Alabama at number 8. How far do I have to scroll before I get to Michigan? The Duke Blue Devils there are at 13.
Oh, they're definitely tripping.
Michigan. This is another tough read. The Wolverines had 5 seniors in their top 7.
That's a big deal.
17 is where they are in these early ESPN
That's
rankings.
A big deal. They're getting like 3 McDonald's All-Americans, though.
They are. Yeah, they absolutely are. For the same reasons I was intrigued by Michigan this season, I'll be intrigued by North Carolina as well. I'll also be, because of the Hubert Davis aspect, I'll also be curious to see how teams like Duke bounce back, how teams like Kentucky bounce back from the awkwardness, if you will, of this season. And I have to believe that next season there's going to be some normalcy. Excuse me for laughing. Like, an alert popped up on my phone, and I try to be mindful of when alerts pop up. This is how it reads from Bleacher Report. This is spectacular, and the person who thought this should be a push notification should be fired.
Oh, jeez.
The New York Jets likely to pick a quarterback at number 2. I saw New York Jets quarterback 2. I was like, oh my God, what's happening here? Jets general manager says it's fair to assume team will target quarterback with number 2 overall pick after trading Sam Darnold. Fire everybody involved with that push notification, please.
Sometimes
everybody.
Sometimes maybe they have like a quota. They have a quota for how many push notifications they have to send out.
We haven't sent out a push notification regarding the Jets. Damn it. Let's get something out there.
Giants won 3-2 last night. Make that a push notification.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's get that out there. The Sacramento Kings did not win. I would have taken the 3-2 win over the Minnesota Timberwolves. We did not get that. We did not get any sort of win. Matter of fact, they got a 10-point loss to a Minnesota team who was getting their 13th win of the season. You heard that right. 13. There's 21 games left in the season for the Sacramento Kings. They just lost to the worst team in the league. They just lost to the worst team in the Western Conference. And now they've got the worst team in the Eastern Conference coming up on Thursday. They get 2 days off. They've got today off. They've got tomorrow off. When I say off, I mean they don't play games. I'm guessing, again, just a guess on my part, that they're completely off today. They're probably practicing tomorrow. They got a game coming up again against the Pistons on Thursday. And I don't know what to make of it. I don't know how to all you had to do to get into the 10th spot was beat the two worst teams in the conference. Bucks and Warriors tonight. Neither of us like the way the Warriors are playing. We think the Bucks are substantially better. Vegas thinks the Bucks are substantially better. I think the Bucks are going to win that game. You look around the league and you start realizing, nobody really wants these play-in spots. Maybe Draymond Green was onto something. Maybe it isn't just Draymond Green that's not motivated by these spots. Maybe nobody is, because it appears that nobody wants them.
Hey, it's like the great Lauryn Hill once said, it could all be so simple.
It could, man.
You could just beat the Timberwolves and the Pistons. Sarah Hodges, she asked me last night at the end of my little spot on CBS 13, she said, are they going to beat the Pistons? And all I could do is laugh. How could they should, but how could I say, yes, they're going to beat the Pistons when you couldn't even beat the Timberwolves? How?
How, Sway? I don't know.
I got you.
I don't know. I don't think they can. Yeah. See, can I take you back? You know, these two teams played before. These two teams played at the end of February.
Yeah.
The Kings beat them 110-107.
Close game.
You think? Kings beat the Pistons 110-107. So I guess, you know what? It's cool. It's our fault. It's our fault for laying the groundwork for saying all you have to do is beat the two worst teams in the conference. It's our fault. That's asking too much. Asking too much.
See, this is what I was getting into earlier, what I talked about last night. This team cannot handle expectations. They've shown us that. They can't handle expectations. They'll sneak up on you and do some good things, but as soon as you notice them, that's when they falter. They cannot handle expectations.
And it's so fascinating because how often does this team even have expectations? The expectations were don't lose to the two worst teams in the conferences. Those were the expectations.
Dude, that's serious, man.
Can't be serious, man. How?
I don't know, dude.
I don't know how you lose that game last night, man.
I don't either, man.
Like that. And then, no. I actually take that back. Damien.
Man.
I said, I don't know how you lose that game. I see a scenario where you lose that game. It's the NBA team. And we talked about it.
Sure.
They got Karl Anthony Towns. They got D'Angelo Russell coming back. They got Anthony Edwards. Herman Gomez. I like the way he played out there. I can see how you lose that game. What I can't see is what they're talking about afterwards, as in we played down to our competition. You know, we just weren't ready to go. I don't understand that. That's one thing I have no idea how we got there. If you go out there and you play and you're doing everything you're supposed to do and you lose, then it happens. But how are you not ready to go? How are you not amped to go? Especially after what happened over the weekend. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't either. Harrison Barnes said last night, you get down too many games, the margins start to widen, and you're not going to be able to make up the difference. For us, if we don't come out with a sense of urgency, then it doesn't mean that much to us. Damn. Damn. You talk about an assessment of your team. If we don't come out with a sense of urgency, then it doesn't mean that much to us. I don't know what you've been watching, but this team sure doesn't have a sense of urgency.
Hey, that's real talk by Harrison, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's real talk, and that's what we keep asking for, whether it's from the players or from the coach. That's real talk.
No, I'm asking you. No. That's not what we keep asking for. I'm asking for it from the coach.
Well, I'm specifically asking for it from the players. And I hope that Harrison is having that conversation.
I feel like you always get it from Harrison. I feel like he'll always.
Yeah, he's going to keep it a sack. I need him. You want to talk about accountability? There's still a certain line between coach and players. The coach can only say so much. That's why there's a player that holds everybody in check. That's why there is a guy in there who's that buffer between the coach and the rest of the roster. And I hope that whoever it is, Harrison, De'Aaron, I really don't care who it is. I hope you talk about accountability. I hope he's looking at, hey, come on now. This is on us. We didn't take care of business. Do you really want this? Same questions he was asking at press conference. Asked all those guys.
And that's, Kenny, why do these questions still have to be asked?
I have no idea.
Ooh, I just said there were 21 games left in the season. So what's that mean? 51 have been played? How have 51 games been played and you're still asking, do y'all want this? We're not even talking about a 6th spot. We're not talking about a top. We're not talking about a traditional playoff spot.
Jeez.
They've expanded. 10 of 15 teams in the conference will get into some sort of playoff situation. Playoff / play-in. They have lowered the bar for us.
Literally. Literally. Oh, man.
And it's right there. New Orleans don't want it right now.
Nope.
Golden State can't handle it right now.
The Spurs don't want it.
Yo, all we got to do is play good. We've shown when we play good basketball. I don't know why I'm talking like I'm trying to motivate this team. We've shown when we play good basketball, we win games. They haven't fallen into very many victories. They've fallen into some, but not very many. Get out there and play your game. Can't do it. They can't do it, even against the worst team in the league. Record-wise, the worst team in the league.
So let me ask you a question, Damian. What do you think we get from this team now moving forward? Because I got an idea of what we get.
Okay. More of the same. That's my answer. Short and simple. I don't have any reason to believe it's going to be different.
I think they're going to start to play better. And no, because this is the pattern. This is the pattern.
So
everybody is kicked them. They've jumped off. What I just say? There ain't no more expectations. Nobody's expecting anything out of them no more.
Yeah.
Everybody has thrown out the baby with the bathwater here. Giving up on them. Turn their back on them. Cameron, pardon my back. All right? Now they're going to play good basketball. And they're going to play good enough basketball. Like, they're probably even going to get into that 10th spot. I don't know when it is. I'm not going to say it's at the end of the week or nothing like that. But they're probably going to get into that 10th spot within the next 2 weeks.
Well, but why but based off what you just said, once they get to the 10th spot, won't they lose like the next 7?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Awesome. This is going to be a great final. It's going to be a great final month of the season.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Ain't nobody paying attention. We didn't gave up on them. We said they don't have a chance. All this other stuff. They're going to get into that 10th spot, probably like by themselves, and then they're going to crumble. That's what's going to happen, unless they show us differently.
I don't know what the so-called come to Jesus moment is for this team. You figured you would have had that after Charlotte. Then you think, you know what? We didn't have it then. You know what? We blew it again against Charlotte. Maybe we have it after that Charlotte game. That moment never comes. They just start playing well, and then we put the pieces of the puzzle together. Like, oh, Marvin's not around. He must have been some sort of cancer there. Wow, cool. Look at this team go. And now all of a sudden, oh, wait a minute. Marvin's still gone, and this team stinks. Okay? Well, it's not Marvin. What is it? Got to pick up. Well, we had depth. We got a bench. Like everything. We thought everything coincided perfectly. The team was winning. Marvin was gone. We had put all of the pieces of the puzzle together. Like it was Marvin's fault. It was the bench's fault. It was Belly's fault. It was Kojo's fault. It was all of their faults. They're all gone. And now we're winning. And now we can plan our parade down J Street. And now Kojo's still gone. Belly's still gone. Marvin's still not around. And the team's losing. So who do we blame now? Whose fault is it? It was somebody's fault when they were winning, or someone, something changed when they won. So what's changed now that they're losing? I don't know what it is.
It's a collective.
Soft. They're soft.
They are soft. It's a collective effort / lack of effort. Really,
that's funny. You say collective effort, yeah, yeah. It's the fact that there isn't one. There is no effort. And that's not us being overly critical. That's not us being, armchair quarterback jerks. Those are Harrison Barnes' words. Those are words that Harrison Barnes spoke and De'Aaron Fox co-signed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm comfortable repeating those words from those guys who were in that locker room and on that floor. I'm comfortable, because I always have a hard time when talking about players and their efforts out there on the floor.
All right.
Sometimes it's super visual and you can see it. Oh, they ain't even care tonight. It's another thing to go, well, maybe the effort's there. They're just being outplayed. But it feels like this team, like we all have down days at work. Like we talked about it. For some of our shows are 10 out of 10. Some of our shows are 3 or 4 out of 10. Sometimes we have down days. Mm-hmm. It sure feels like the Kings have a lot more down days than good days. If we have a lot more down days than good days, guess what? It's not going to be D'Lo and KC here in the afternoon on ESPN 1320 anymore.
Be Belo and JC.
Yeah, they'd be flown in from Atlanta. I don't remember if Belo and JC
were everywhere. Actually,
they're everywhere.
Every city that I'm talking about. That's where
I think Belo was Road Dogg's blackface character, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. You might want to look that up. Peacock will edit that out. We'll come back. We'll talk more about your Sacramento Kings, including how do we fix this? What do the Kings need to look for in this offseason? And what's the most important thing for the Kings to have in this upcoming offseason? We'll talk about all that as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Hey, we're always 10 out of 2. Hey, Murph. Murph dog. Murph
dog.
Did we get to 70 yet? Oh, come on, one more in the Facebook. We just need one more thumbs up. That's it. Be the 70th one. Be the 70th one. Come on, be the 70th one. You could do it. There it is. Nice job. Thank you to whoever number 70 was. We appreciate you. This has been floating around a lot. Kojo revenge game.
Oh, yeah, boy, gonna go to work. He gonna go to work.
Oh man, no good. You know what's funny? You flashed something Roddy said on the stage, and I didn't even see it. I didn't see. I saw enough of it to laugh, but didn't see all of it.
Roddy pulling a Brandon Marshall.
I saw 4 letters, ratings, and figured like, okay, in there having fun.
Dude's a funny guy. I can't wait to meet all you guys, man. One of these days, man.
For real.
We gonna meet up, man. It's gonna be a good time.
We'll bring the
We'll
bring the gin. We'll bring the champagne. We'll bring a variety of rums.
Ooh, we ain't playing with these boys.
We'll bring the yak. We'll bring the yak and get at it.
Ain't playing with these boys.
Oh, this looks like I've never even read the back of this. Distilled from French wheat in natural flavors, smooth, balanced, and complex with luxurious aromas of vanilla, spice, and toasted oak.
Oh,
what's your boy doing for WrestleMania? Yak and pizza. That's gonna be my WrestleMania. Yak and pizza.
I wonder how this is gonna go though with the 2 days.
Yeah,
it's gonna be interesting.
Hopefully they do what they did last year. I thought they did a good job of keeping the 2 days like short.
Yes,
you know what I mean. Like they weren't like 5 hours. You know, it wasn't a 10-hour investment.
Because I enjoy that's where wrestling tends to lose me. I enjoy some wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Where they talk about these 3-hour Raws and everything. Okay, all right, guys. Definitely gonna watch that on a DVR. And I barely get through it on a DVR. SmackDown is perfect. 2 hours. Boom, we get there. But them WrestleManias, they talk about are like a WrestleMania day. Oh my gosh. It's like a 11-hour day.
Yeah. Yeah. It's tough. I just got a voicemail. I'm going to text you a little note here. We'll let everybody in on this tomorrow.
For shizzle.
I'm sending this to you so I don't forget to talk to you about it when the show's over.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a note from
Okay.
Yeah, some people they roll it, so we should be able to get that. Okay. This shirt is fuzzy.
Oh.
Sacramento, it's great here, inviting you to join me from 10 to noon, Monday through Friday for 2 hours of sports, fun, and entertainment. Now back to the best local sports show in Sacramento, D'Lo and KC.
Pineapple Street Studios has just launched a new 8-part series podcast. My Fugitive host Nina Gilden CV is a St. Louis native whose father was the civil rights attorney who represented Howard Mechanic, a St. Louis college student who vanished after a riot left an Air Force building burned to the ground. She takes us through a dark family secret that unveils a Cold War spy ring, Dr. Martin Luther King assassination conspiracies, and the government's attempt to cover up it all. If you like true crime stories such as Embedded, Through the Line, Revisionist History, or Slow Burn, you'll love My Fugitive. New episodes are available every week wherever you get your podcast, but why wait? You can binge all of the episodes right now exclusively on the Odyssey app. Odyssey is your audio home for all the podcasts, news, music, and sports, including ESPN 1320, that matters to you. That's Odyssey, AUDACY.
Love
Feels
me
like
some
a song.
Odyssey.
It's a good app right there.
AUDACY. Oh, yeah.
It feels like a song. Yeah, I can't. I don't know. I can't place it, but it definitely feels like a song. The only thing you can't get on the Odyssey app is the visual here of D'Lo and KC. Of course, you can get the audio. You can take us anywhere you go. You can just put us in your earbuds, go to work, go to the home office. Actually, you could just put the Zoom camera on, put your earphones in. No one will know that you're not listening to a single word that they say. And we're live on Twitch and YouTube as well.
We might be there soon with the visual, though. They love what your boys are doing out here. They showing love.
I've heard.
They want to, if somebody want to feature your boys, then feature us.
Let's get at it. Let's get at it. I mean, he is television's Kenny Caraway, for goodness sake. He is.
Thank you.
It was nice of you to carve out time for the radio show here today, man. We appreciate it. We all appreciate it because, I'm glad the car got there to pick you up on time and get you to the estates.
Got a couple minutes before makeup starts.
I was going to say, did they leave the freshly cut pineapple and strawberries there for you, and the Fiji water? Did they get rid of that Kirkland out of the house and put the Fiji water in there for you?
No, Kirkland's still here.
Kirkland's still representing it. Okay.
But pineapple's maybe my favorite fruit.
I love pineapple. Yeah, pineapple's where it's at.
Although I can't eat too many of any fruit, else my tongue starts to itch. I guess that means I'm allergic. But yeah, if I say there's like a bowl of pineapples here, I'll eat maybe, 5-6 pieces. Then my tongue starts to itch. And that happens with like
you should probably get that looked into.
Well, it's been that way my whole life. I'm still here. I just stop eating or if it's like really good, I just suck it up. I'll be like, I'm whatever. My tongue's gonna itch. I don't care. This is good.
Did you ever ask Cheryl from Elk Grove why this might be a thing?
No. Once again, I'm still here. I'm still here. Right. 30 plus years later.
Well, if the show ever opens one day, I'm really sorry to report. Kenny Caraway he pushed the limit on the pineapple, and he could have just asked his mom, who lived like 5 minutes away, but he just chose to chance it because the pineapple was so good.
That is a sign of being allergic, right? The tongue itching. That's probably a sign.
I don't think I'm allergic to anything, so I'm allergic to the Sacramento Kings at this point. I'll tell you that. Damn. Every time I watch them, I get this nauseous feeling. it makes me want to. It like I feel like I have a vein like over here that like bulges in my head. That's an allergic reaction to a basketball team, right?
Yeah.
Is that what that is? Because
that's just there. What did they say on that Arnold Schwarzenegger? Maybe it's a tumor.
It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor. Yes. There you go. Okay. Let's
Fan MD says, medical question, KC. Does it happen if it's cooked? Pies, etc. Could be a fresh fruit allergy. It definitely doesn't happen when it's cooked. It definitely doesn't happen then. So yeah, I guess it's a fresh fruit allergy. And it's only like a certain amount. Like if I have one bite, I'm fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm fine. But once I start like eating it for a while, yeah, my tongue starts itching.
ESPN 1320. Come for the sports, stay for the medical advice.
We got doctors in here, baby.
We've got
doctors.
You. Yeah, we've got.
At least I think he's a doctor. I mean, just because he put MD, he might not be a doctor.
He's a doctor. There has never been anything disingenuous or not truthful on social media. I appreciate Bryce with this. I'm allergic to cinnamon reference. That is a great line from what I believe is one of The Rock's greatest movies, The Game Plan.
Oh, I don't remember it.
I'm allergic to cinnamon. I love The Game Plan.
Remember that. That's the one with the little girl, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was a good movie.
I
don't remember it at all. And that's not a knock on the movie. But
and what's great,
I enjoyed it while I was watching it.
The Rock is terrible. Like he's just like he's very early in the acting gig, and he's just like he's terrible. Like it's so cheesy. He's playing this, this spoiled athlete, which it's so over the top bad, but I love every second of it. Like I genuinely mean is my favorite movie with The Rock in it.
I thought it was a solid movie. Like I said,
no, the movie's great. It's just The Rock.
I can't remember it, but
it's the Rock is just so goofy in it.
I remember watching it like, this isn't bad. It's okay.
ESPN 1320, your food allergies leader. I mean, Morris Chestnut's in it. Like it's good stuff. It's good stuff. We appreciate our man Ramsey celebrating his birthday. He's listening to the show on his way to Oakland for the A's game. Yeah, be safe, and have fun there, man. What now, dude? I should point out, I think I mentioned this, and I mentioned it like in a string of frustrating sentences all in a row. Luke Walton did say Marvin Bagley will rejoin the team soon. Mm-hmm. He didn't specify anything. He said Marvin's working along. He's still not with the team, and according to Luke, he'll rejoin the team soon. Don't know what that means. That's just what Luke said.
No one knows what that means. What is he telling us?
What do the Kings need to deal with? What do the Kings need to address this offseason? Like, what's the number, whether it's in free agency or the draft, like what's the most important thing for the Kings to? Because even if, let's be realistic. A play-in spot is still very realistic. You don't have to stop talking about it because someone told you to. You don't have to stop talking about it because they stink. It's still realistic. And as long as it's realistic, we're going to continue to talk about it. If they lose to Detroit, if Golden State beats the Bucks tonight, maybe we won't talk about it for a while. But I don't know what the Kings are going to do against the Detroit. I don't think Golden State's going to beat the Bucks. But we'll deal with it on a day-to-day basis. The conversation for the play-in game, whether you believe that to be a consolation prize or perhaps not even that, no matter what you think that play-in game is, it's still very much in play for the Sacramento Kings. So I don't think they're going to be, well, it's what your boy said. I'm gonna quote Luke Walton. I don't think they're going to be 7 of 8 good the rest of the year. I don't think they're going to be they're going to lose 9 in a row bad the rest of the year. I think they're going to be somewhere in between. It's going to leave them in the conversation for that play-in game until the final couple of weeks of the season when they have games against Memphis and they have games against New Orleans. And, each one of those games will have like will serve like a critical component to what this team winds up doing here for a potential play into the postseason. But this team still has problems. They still have issues, regardless of how the next 21 games play out. This team still has issues. What do they need to address through free agency or in the draft this upcoming offseason?
Well, I look at this team and they need toughness on the perimeter. Like, I really think that's something.
They need toughness everywhere, but I got you.
They do. I feel like they're tough inside, though. Like Rashawn Holmes is tough.
Okay.
Harrison Barnes is tough.
Okay.
I think they're really soft on the perimeter. And we kind of saw what Monty was kind of looking to do and wanted to do as far as molding this team with what he did at the deadline. Getting Terrence Davis, getting Mo Harkless, even getting to Chris Silva and getting DeLon Wright as well. We want tougher guys that they can get out there and they can defend. They can get out there and compete on the defensive end. And quite honestly, we have fun with this, or whatever. And I it's not really as simple as move on from Buddy and everything is cured. I'm not necessarily saying that, but that is a big problem on that starting unit, because you have somebody like De'Aaron Fox who he's a good defender, and he has the possibility of being a good defender, but he's not the biggest guy. You know what I'm saying? Aside from all the things that we talked about, as far as he's got a lot on his plate and, he's got to score 31 and be the best defender in the game. That's a lot to ask. Even aside from all that, it's not like you have this big physically imposing guy. Like you think about a Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons guarding a point guard or guarding a shooting guard. Ben Simmons, 6'10", solid, can move, physical. He can do all that. That's big time right there. That's not De'Aaron Fox. He's not that type of physical specimen. And I'm not saying go find a Ben Simmons, but they need a guy that is kind of in the mold of a, I don't know, almost like a Trevor Ariza, but not Trevor Ariza, obviously, because he's not there anymore, at that point in his career. But they need that type of player. I look at somebody and I think he's a little bit too much of a scorer for what they want. But I look at a free agent and I look at somebody like a Tim Hardaway Jr. Somebody like that, 6'6", 6'7", big, long, rangy, can knock down an open shot. Maybe, can create his own shot here and there. They need to find that guy. And if they brought in a Tim Hardaway Jr., I'd be fine with that. I'd be okay with that. So they need one of those guys. Okay. And then they need also somebody else that's going to help out whoever. We're going to say it's Rashawn Holmes, who's going to help out Rashawn Holmes inside. Is that Marvin Bagley? It could be, but I don't think that marriage is going to last too much longer. So then you're talking about somebody, I don't know, I think Montrezl Harrell is a free agent. And I wouldn't mind having Montrez in that starting lineup. Would he want to come to Sacramento? That's a whole nother thing. But I'm just talking about guys that are going to be on the market that you could possibly bring in. And that's the type of guy that you could use to kind of free up Rashawn Holmes. Now you'd have an issue with spreading the floor and things of that nature, but that level of toughness, those two type of guys, Tim Hardaway, Montrezl Harrell, that level of toughness needs to be brought into this roster.
I think for me, the most important thing that the Kings need to have, and I'm not trying to have a cop-out answer here because I'm happy to explain it, is they need to have foresight. They need to be able to look ahead and determine, okay, is Luke Walton going to be our coach next season? Mm-hmm. Is he going to be the coach the season after that? Like do we expect Luke Walton to be, the coach of this team for the foreseeable future? I feel like they already know Luke Walton, whether he is or isn't the coach next year. And so you have to, when you go to construct this roster, both through the draft and through free agency, you have to construct it in a way. And I know that Monty McNair and that front office, they're the be all end all. They're going to have the final says, and they're going to, they work with the coaching staff in terms of the types of players they want to put out there on the floor. But if Luke has a certain way of coaching that doesn't fit the players, you've got a problem there. Mm-hmm. So the first thing that has to be, dealt with is Luke Walton the coach next year. If he is, you have to build around Luke Walton being the coach next year. And for my money, and this is one of my biggest frustrations with the Sacramento Kings organization, is you have to plan for Luke Walton to be the coach the year after that. You have to believe that Luke Walton is your coach and there is no other coach, because you have to start building around the way that he coaches. Mm-hmm. If he's not, you've got you have to build your team, and this includes Rashawn Holmes, This includes all of those potential acquisitions that you just mentioned there. Do they fit with, the coach you want to bring in? Now, the timeline works out in which if you're going to move on from a coach, you're probably going to move on from him right after the season. You can probably get a lengthy hiring process done before the draft and before free agency starts. For my money, you probably want it in place as soon as possible. You don't want a lengthy coaching search because you want to have your coach in place. You don't want to be scrambling around with a new coach heading into the draft. Mm-hmm. So the one thing that I beg and plead for the Sacramento Kings to have is foresight about what they're doing. Don't operate, and this is what the Kings have been guilty of for the last, I don't want to say 15 years, but for the better part of like the last 5 or 6, is they operate on a year-to-year basis. Let's have this player here. Let's have this player here. Let's have this player here. Oh, well, they don't work with this coach. All right, let's get rid of him. Well, hell, 4 months later, we got rid of the coach. Well, let's bring in a new coach then. Okay, we bring in a new coach. Damn, you know what would have been great? The player we just got rid of. He would have been fantastic with this coach. You can go back and you look at the George Karls and the Dave Yeagers and the Luke Waltons, and you can put all this stuff together and go, yeah, this guy would have fit here. This guy would have fit here. It's too bad they got rid of him, but because it didn't fit the coach, but then you wound up getting rid of the coach. And it's just this constant cluster of nonsense for the organization as a whole. Mm-hmm. Make a plan for what, make a 5-year plan. Act like you're 20 years old, right? Make a 5-year plan. What is the 5-year plan? Well, we know that Luke Walton's going to be here next year. Great. Is he going to be here the following year? That to me is, you can't plan out for 1 year. You have to plan out for multiple years and start building around, because the window's closing on De'Aaron. Mm-hmm. And
clock started.
We've probably got about 2 solid seasons. And I know De'Aaron and his agent, Chris Gatlin, are really close. We've got about 2 seasons before Chris Gatlin mysteriously partners with Clutch Sports. And all of a sudden, Rich Paul is in Sacramento talking to Monty McNair going, oh, you could do it now because he ain't coming back.
Right.
He ain't going to be back. You get some value for him, Monty. You can move him now. We've got a couple of years before that stuff starts to happen. So plan this out right. Show De'Aaron, show your freaking fan base, for God's sakes, that you're building something and that you have a game plan and you're working towards something. Stop, wheeling and dealing. And this isn't Monty. This isn't even Luke. Wheeling and dealing year to year, trying to kind of patchwork together this organization.
Well, and you and Bryce kind of touch on this, and Bryce in the chat on Twitch says Kings have no stability. Constant turnover is bad in sports, and I agree with it. I agree with both of you guys. And this is a guy who was frustrated that he didn't make a run at DJ Augustine. Okay, I get it. Okay.
Really frustrated, by the way.
Right. I'm still very upset he didn't go after Kevin Porter, though. That one.
That was the one. That's right. Yeah. That was the one. You mentioned DJ Augustine. You were really upset about Kevin Porter.
That's the one that frustrates
I got you.
me. But in all fairness, and tell me if I'm being too soft, the guy just got here. Monty McNair just got here. And he hasn't even when he signed in November as a GM or October. That's
Vladdy was fired in August, so it was probably September or October.
6 months. 6 months to change something that was really.
We've been on the job longer than Monty has. Let's put it that way.
Right, and it was really a mess. And essentially, aside from not getting Kevin Porter Jr., okay, he hasn't really done anything I don't agree with. He didn't match Bogey to tie them up to that at the trade deadline,
which we both agree with, by the way, 100% agree with.
Yep. At the trade deadline, he got some good pieces. Mm-hmm. These guys weren't coming in to be franchise saviors, but they're good pieces. And you talk about next season, I'm okay with that part of the bench. Yeah, they're going to need to get another big. Yeah, they're probably going to need another point guard, backup point guard or something like that. But when you talk about the wings and the perimeter with DeLon Wright, Terrence Davis, and Mo Hark. Well, Mo Harkless is a free agent, but maybe a guy like that. I'm okay with that. He went out there, he drafted Tyrese Halliburton. Mm-hmm. He should get another draft. to either draft a player or maybe even trade that pick. You brought that up yesterday and kind of had my mind thinking a little bit. I know we want culture to change and stability to happen. Stability has to start somewhere. Like he just started.
I hear you.
You know, and that's what I know you understand. I know Bryce understands. I want to stress that to the fans and everything. Yes, I want the playoff thing to end this year. I said earlier, and I still maintain, they should be trying to make the playoffs next year 100%. But he does deserve a little time. I'm not going to go Cheryl from Elk Grove and say he needs to be fired. All right, he does deserve.
Cheryl from Elk Grove is hot-tempered. Is what it is. She's testy. Big sports fan.
Yeah, man. So yeah, I'm willing to give him an off season and see what he can do. I still believe like next year they should be. I want to see them in the playoffs.
There's no reason to be frustrated with Monty McNair yet. It's just I also don't want, and this is where it gets frustrating with Luke, and this is where it gets frustrating. And I don't know that Monty said it. I feel like he did. Don't preach patience to me. Like don't, and not specifically to me. Don't preach patience to your fan base. Like that's the thing that agitates me. Like it's cool. Like we're happy you're here. Welcome. This is our city. We're really thrilled that you're here. But don't talk to me about patience because I have been giving you my television time. I have been sitting 2 hours on weekday nights when I could be doing something else and on weekends. And I have allowed you to ruin my evenings. I've allowed you to ruin my afternoons. I've allowed you to make me angry. I've allowed you to make me sad. I have invested my money. When you moved to that big, shiny new arena and the beer went from $8 a plastic cup to $14 a plastic cup, I bought it. When you brought all that great food in there, that is pricey. I bought it all. When it suddenly started costing $20+ to park downtown, I bought it all. So don't talk to me about patience. You can talk to me about whatever you want to, but don't talk to me about patience because I've been patient with this organization for a long time.
I get all of that. I understand it all. But does it matter if he's right? Like, I understand the frustration. I get it. 100. I'm just as frustrated as you and every other Kings fan and Sacramento citizen out there. But what if he's right?
But right, and what do you mean?
Like this ain't gonna turn around in 6 months. And I'm not saying that's what you're asking, but patience doesn't. Give me a year.
No. And that's fine. It's really don't use the word patience. That's literally what I'm saying. Do not use the word patience with me. If and Monty McNair would never say this. We've seen Monty McNair speak 3-4 times. We know that this isn't just the way. He's not going to say, "Oh, give me 6 months, give me 12 months, give me 2 years." We got a 2-year plan here. 2-year plan. We got a 50-step plan. Well, 50 days, 50 steps, 1 step per day. No, like that's not Monty McNair. That's not what he's going to do. I just don't want to hear about, oh, guys, I'm new on the job, or Luke Walton. Oh, these guys, it's got to be patient. It's a young team. It's a new team. Like, no, don't talk to me about any of that stuff. If a vet comes out and talks, don't talk to me about patience. You keep replacing the general manager. You keep replacing the coaches, not me. Bruh, I'm the constant. Mm-hmm. I'm speaking as the fan. I'm the constant. When you fired 5 coaches, when you brought in a general manager who made mistake after mistake after mistake, when we had a 2-person draft and you made it a 3-person draft, I was the constant. I was here and I continued to cheer. I went to the arena the draft day. I cheered for Marvin Bagley when they called his name because he was the Sacramento King, even though I wanted you to take Luka Doncic. I have done everything. Don't talk to me about patience. Fix it. Fix the issue. That's what I'm asking.
So Vivek is probably the one person that can't say it, but Monty wasn't here for none of that.
No, he wasn't.
So it's but like
you got to have your pulse on the fan base.
Our girl Jill, she says, does not matter. Preaching patience to the fans who have been patient does not need to be said. So let's just be real with each other.
Jill been quiet all day, and she popped in with that, Jim. Jill ain't said a word all day.
Let's just be real. Okay. It's just all schematics, right? That's all it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. It's not actually.
Or to use your word, what you're talking about with Mike Singletary, it's a show.
Yeah. So don't play the show. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even being like I'm not being a jerk with it. I just literally that's all it is. You just don't want to hear the word.
Something about that word just agitates the hell out of me. Because it's I look at people like Joe. I look at everybody in this chat. They're all Kings fans.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you think we've been doing? We were patient when you hired a guy with no general manager experience. We were patient when our team was told we were moving to Los Angeles. We were patient when we were told our team is moving to Virginia Beach.
Wow.
We were patient when we were told our team was moving to Seattle. We were patient through all of that. We were patient through those last owners. We were patient through the sale of our new owners. We were patient through all of that. Don't talk to me about it anymore.
There's a part of me last night I was thinking about just the city and how things go, and what we always talk about, like, man, if you give effort, they'll love you here and they'll show you love and all this other stuff. And part of me was like, maybe that needs to stop too. Like, maybe that needs to stop. Maybe this effort and just working hard and all this other stuff and really praising that, maybe that needs to stop, because I'm not sure that really flies anywhere else.
You've had no other choice, though. Like, if you're a Kings fan, you gotta hold on to something. You've had no other option because you haven't had the option of winning. So again, it's like we were talking about earlier when we were talking about the play-in spot, when we were talking about 10 teams in a 15-team conference. They lowered the bar. The NBA literally lowered the bar. Not specifically for the Sacramento Kings. It just happens to benefit for the Sacramento Kings. And the Kings' greatest limbo champions in the world, because they managed to not be able to clear it. They can't clear that bar. They can slide right under it. And it's like, all right, well, that ain't it. Okay, so playoffs isn't championships. It started with championships. Championships aren't a thing. We've blown up this whole team. We've got some guy named Eric Musselman in here who's turned into be a great college coach. Good college coach. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, we're rebuilding. Okay, so championships aren't a thing. Well, let's find some guys to gravitate towards. Okay, we've got some scores. Like, Kevin Martin was kind of an introvert. Like, he was a great scorer. He was like introverted. He had no personality. Like, you couldn't love Kevin Martin. All right. Okay, well, let's work for guys that like work hard. Let's find the next Bobby Jackson. Who's that? And that's how, like, again, the bar just kept getting lower. It kept getting lower. It kept getting lower. And now it just got to the point where we rooted for effort above all else, because we didn't think we were going to get anything else. It was like
raise that bar.
It was putting no
effort ain't enough.
We'll get hurt. That's what it is. Ooh,
You're getting hurt now.
This is about but it'll hurt more if your expectations are different.
No,
that's what I'm talking about.
I was really thinking about that. I think it's time to raise that bar. Effort ain't enough. Like, success
ain't there yet. This team isn't good. Nope, this team isn't good enough to raise the bar.
This team ain't good enough. This particular team ain't good enough. But I'm talking about, like, so next year, I don't have no problem saying they need to make the playoffs, or else people need to be up out of here. Like, they need to make the playoffs next year. Simple as that. Monty needs to be under that fire. I got to make the playoffs. I need to build a playoff team. I have no problem saying that. And that needs to be what is said. It got to a point where it was like with the 49ers, and I'm not saying it gets to this, but I would tell people all before the 2019 season, with Kyle Shanahan and everything that was going on in Jimmy, and this was the year after Jimmy tore his ACL. I said, I don't want to hear nothing else no more, man. I don't want to hear, when Kyle gets his plays in here and gets his guys in here and this defensive line, that's all I'm hearing about is this defense. I ain't trying to hear none of that. The only thing that matters is winning. That's it. And I feel like we need to get to that point with this franchise. We got Golden One Center. Ain't going nowhere. Doko is a lot of fun. It's great. I enjoy it. They're building Doko up every day, it seems like. It's great. That ain't going nowhere. So now it's like it's time to win. Period. Not just give me a product with effort. And I understand the value in that, but raise the bar. Raise the bar on these boys.
My man Walt Gray agrees with you. He just hit us up on D-Lo and KC. Said, Kenny just hit it. The fans put up with it, and it keeps going on.
It keeps going on.
Walt Gray has seen all of this crap.
Man, you tell me about it, man. Tell me about it. Walt Gray didn't see it.
It's a defense mechanism. I'm telling you, it's a defense mechanism. Imagine having your heart set on playoffs. Most teams have their heart set on championships. We sitting here, we want someone to play like Bobby Jackson, like Quincy Acey. We want someone to play. Hey, Rashawn Holmes is super talented. But what is it that everyone loves the most about him? His effort, the way that he works out there. That's what it is. And it's the way, like, well, maybe we won't be as disappointed if we find that guy we can gravitate towards. Maybe we can have that team we gravitate towards. It's like, it's where, things turn south for Marvin. I don't know Marvin at all. I don't think I've ever had a single interaction with him. From a outsider's perspective, so from a fan's perspective, I don't feel like he's very likable. He doesn't come across. Now, he had everybody cheering for him to start, which I believe is the right approach, regardless of whether you wanted Luka Doncic on the team or not. He just doesn't come across as very likable. So when and now you've got your dad involved, your uncle involved, and all of these different things, it's like, well, crap. Who can we love on this team? I don't know that Buddy is lovable. I think Buddy frustrates people. And again, we're talking about we only have one fan base right now. Normally, KC, and you alluded to this a couple of weeks ago, normally we're talking about two different fan bases. We're talking about the fan base that goes to the arena and then the fan base on social media. For the most part, in terms of a percentage, they're not the same. They're very, very, very different fan bases.
Right.
But I don't know, man. Tyrese, I think, is a guy that the fan base loves. And at some point, you're going to have enough guys where you look at like, man, I really like Tyrese, really like Rashawn. We love De'Aaron. Like, damn, maybe we should be winning some basketball games here. And I think, you say next year this team needs to go all out. I think that's the year. I think this team has to do something, freaking anything at this point to show that they're competing.
I'm gonna keep going to this. Jill again. She says if the coach isn't going to hold players accountable, it really doesn't matter what the fans do. Jill, with all due respect, these are some grown ass men, and everybody knows how much I love De'Aaron Fox. If I'm calling him the straw that serves the drink, that comes with everything. That comes with when you're stirring the drink when things are going great, and when you lose to the Timberwolves, we need to look at you. We need to look at you and say, why weren't your guys ready? That's his job. And it hurts.
De'Aaron's job over Luke's job?
I promise you, Damian, as a point guard and as a leader, that's my job to get my guys ready. That's my job. That is not Coach Klopp, Coach Biggs, Coach Carts, Coach Katz. It's not their job. It's my job. I'm the leader. De'Aaron Fox make more money than Luke Walton. That's his job to make sure once we get out on the court, none of that goes down. That's his job.
De'Aaron had 31, 6, and 9 last night.
And De'Aaron played a great game last night, but it wasn't enough. See, that's what I'm talking about. This is the thing that I'm talking about. He played a great game, but we didn't win. We didn't win, man. And that's what it is. De'Aaron plays hard. I think he plays hard. I think he gives everything he's got. But something's not translating because they just lost their fourth game in a row.
But you'd rather put that on De'Aaron than on Luke?
It could be on Luke too. Once again, fire Luke. I don't care. But if we still have two different coaches now, we can't. We're also looking at that. Jason Jones said it. I'm saying it now. Two different styles, two different coaches, and we got the same issues. Whether it's Fox's fault, Hill's fault, Barnes' fault, whatever. Two different styles, two different coaches. We got the same issues.
And I'm fine with Jason saying that. I'm fine with you saying that as well. But I'll also point out, just because you have two different coaches doesn't mean you had a good one.
That's fair too.
Like just because you fired Dave Yeager and brought somebody else in doesn't mean that you hired the right coach, or doesn't mean that you had a good coach. It's not like he was coach. It's not like De'Aaron has been with Eric Spoelstra and Greg Popovich, or the Kings have been coached by Greg Popovich and Eric Spoelstra, and they stunk for both of them. It was Dave Yeager and Luke freaking Walton. Now with Dave, I'll say this: Dave Yeager had a phenomenal win-loss record before he took this job. And that win-loss record went straight to hell when he took the Sacramento Kings job. And now he's an assistant in Philadelphia, and I wonder if that dude's going to have another job. Luke Walton didn't. He ain't have that. He was a guy trying to figure it out, still working his way up. He wasn't some coaching prodigy. Like, he had bad seasons. And he was looked at by a lot of people as in Ramona Shelburne. Like, I didn't want to expand on it because Ramona was a great talker and I wanted to let her roll, but she did say something that caught my attention during our conversation with her. If you missed it, go to the D-Lo and KC podcast. You'll see it plainly labeled. You can listen to it by itself. Our Ramona Shelburne interview. She said, De'Aaron, blah, 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 blah. And, he's got to get in, tune with a good young coach in Luke Walton. Like, so Luke is still considered a young coach in the league. Like, that's interesting because what, it was 3 years with the Lakers?
Yeah, 3 years, yeah.
And now it's 2. And I'm not just trying to insinuate that he's old. It's just like, wow, he's still looked at as a young coach in the league. That's interesting.
Right.
That caught my attention.
I understand that. Look, De'Aaron Fox is going to do the same things Mitch Richmond did. You're going to put up these numbers, and they're not going to win. It's just going to be wasted. And then Gary St. Jean, he a bad coach too. Like every time something going on, get the coach up out of here. And I'm not saying get these players out of here, but what do we always talk about? The coaches. How many coaches have been through here?
Yeah,
you can say they're not good or whatever, but how many coaches, different styles, have been through here?
But how many coaches had a really good roster that stunk, or had a really good roster and stunk? I don't think any. Like, as the roster got better, the team got better, and that coincided with Jeff Petrie and Rick Adelman. But I think they're both Hall of Famers. They both might wind up if they're not being.
Look, I agree with you, and that was the match made in heaven. And I'll continue to say it.
So it's SummerSlam 91 and we're living in the match made in hell right now.
That's the same one where they got married too, right?
That's it. That was the match made in heaven. This is the match made in hell.
I thought they had a hell match on that one too, because I remember the back of the WWE magazine with that promotion on it. I vividly remember it. But
the match made in hell was Sergeant Slaughter, and well, I'll tell you after the show. Well, go ahead.
But no, I'm just saying, man. It can't just be effort, and y'all don't get it twisted, because you know how I feel about De'Aaron Fox. But you guys can't change my mind on this one. It's his job to make sure these guys are ready. Not saying Luke doesn't have a role in it. Luke he's here. So if things don't get better, he's got to go. He can go right now because it's on his watch, no doubt about it. But you talk about the roster and the players and being out there on the court. That's De'Aaron's job. That's his job.
Oh, my God. The show's over. I just looked at the clock. So about that ESPN 25 under 25, we'll get to that tomorrow. My bad. That's me. We'll get to that tomorrow. Thank y'all for hanging out. Thank y'all for being with us. If you want to catch up on any part of the show, go to twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe to those channels, follow those channels. We mentioned a little wrestling line there at the end. We'll be doing a Wrestlemania preview coming up at 4:00 immediately following the radio show. We'll be live exclusively over there on the 2 streaming channels. If you want to subscribe to the podcast, if you want to hear our interviews isolated from the rest of the show, including that conversation with Ramona Shelburne last week, search D-Lo and KC in the Odyssey app, or search it wherever you get podcasts from. Make sure you subscribe, rate, and review, and do all of that stuff as well. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We will be back here tomorrow on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla. Yes, sir.
Literally looked over. It's 3:54. I was like, whoa. we need to wrap this up. Show is over. All right. Damn, this was one of the fastest 4-hour shows we ever did.
I did move pretty fast for it being like, well, I guess it was after a game day, but after a loss like that.
Yeah.
Whew.
All right. Let's see. Now I mean, a lot of people are with you. Yeah, I mean, Jill says this all the time. The Kings have stunk for virtually their entire existence, with the exception of like 8 years.
Yeah, I got to figure out how to change that.
Yeah,
I just think about it, man, and yeah, I don't know how you do that. Like maybe it's just talk, but I mean, there's not a lot of other places that'll be like, man, just play hard.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? They'll be like, nah, stop being 27 and 50 or whatever it is. Like, win some damn games. And I don't know how they voice that displeasure. I love the fact that the Kings sell out for a garbage product. I love that, but maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's it. They got to stop doing that.
Well, I feel like they did that once, and that's when Show and Gavin tried to move the team. Like, look, we don't have any support here anymore.
Right. But now that's what I was saying earlier. All that is done. Doko ain't going to go to one. They got bills to pay. So they ain't taking them nowhere. If you want people in there, you better put a better product out there.
Yeah. Yep, that's true. And the sad thing with what you just said there is they'll get leeway here because fans so desperately want to get back to like normal. And for many,
hey, I'm guilty. I love going to the games.
Though I pose this question all of the time. We have no clue what normal is going to look like. And I don't mean from like a social distance COVID standpoint. I mean from a financial standpoint.
That's true too.
Like this has been so financially impactful. Like Kings tickets aren't cheap. Like those are things that I always try to remember as I walk in with a media credential. Like, man, people are paying to see this.
Yeah, man. You come with the same prices again. It may not be the same.
Tough. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Oh man, what is going on here?
Tim Morris. Sorry you joined late, buddy. Hope you had a good day at work.
I'm doing a GoFundMe for the Kings. Oh man. Y'all were in here today. Well, we got a couple of things. Nothing confirmed, but I did get a good voicemail here during the show. So I'm gonna return this call as we wrap up and see if I can get some things. We're gonna see if we can get some things lined up for us this week.
I like that.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, we could have some good stuff here for you this week. We hopefully be able to share with you tomorrow. I'm guessing one of these might actually be tomorrow, given the way things look the rest of the week. So I'll get that call returned here real quick and see what we can get done.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Before you leave, hit the thumbs up on YouTube. Do something on Twitch. I don't care whatever y'all got to do.
Alex, don't say this. Don't say it out loud. Don't use that word. But he might be right.
Alex, knock it off. Don't nobody want to hear that. What are you talking about? Obviously you just tuning in, so you getting the treatment.
Whose plans is this? I really need to know.
It's big bitch.
Oh man, those things don't even go together, but they're funny. They're funny.
Tim, Friday after the show on Friday.
Yep.
Wrestlemania preview, man.
Yeah, Friday. There you go. There you go. Do what Bryce says. Hit that heart on Twitch.
Yes.
Hit that heart on Twitch. Yeah, but Friday's gonna be fun. We're gonna make Roddy stay. I think Roddy's already gone, but we're gonna make him stay.
Roddy be trying to get out before we talk wrestling. No.
Yeah.
Hey, Jazz. Hey,
Jazz.
Little mama. Actually, I never called her little mama.
How you doing, little mama? Let me whisper in your ear. We like to hear. That was such a dope record.
Yeah, they did their thing with that one.
Yeah, that was such a dope record.
I don't even like the Yank Twins, but they did their thing with that one.
Yeah, that was hot. All right, y'all. We'll wrap up, man. We will see y'all tomorrow, man. Thanks as always. Remember, thumbs up, heart, subscribe, all that stuff. See you at noon.
Yeah.